Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, May the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen. Anybody in YouTube, if you can do the same for me, make sure you can hear me, see my screen. So we are in for a negative open to start. The SPY had a big run, excuse me, at the end of the day. Got up to 529. We're at 525 right now. So we're in for a negative open to start. Some of the things happening right now, GVH trading higher after the company announced an MOU to acquire Top Logistics. And of course, it's a low float, 3 million in the float out of Australia. Thank you guys in YouTube. So that is GVH. Actually, GVH has got a ton of room. Just looking at this weekly chart, the next high in the weekly chart is 553. So really have to be watching this one to see how it opens. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Before I keep going, GME guys, it's always amazing to me. GME has now 2 million shorts available. Now, yesterday they were at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. Yesterday, all day yesterday, there were none available. Today, 2 million. In fact, that is actually the most I've ever seen. Well, I shouldn't say ever. Maybe in the last 6 months. Okay, I'm just going to quickly answer Shah in our YouTube room. Well, you can have my pre-market. If you just want to go to the channels, there are two channels. Okay, you want to just quickly, but I'm sharing these two pre-market actives up and down. But we have two channels. If you want to go to the channels, just click on New Doc Channel bar, and here's the pre-market channel. Where are you? Pre-market channel right here, and then if you click on the Show More. After hours is right underneath it. Okay. So there you go. A couple of, but if you want, of course, I am sharing these two right here. That is somebody from my YouTube room. Chewy. Yeah. Chewy. Man, oh man. Now I know it's an earnings play, but it probably has more to do, as somebody pointed out, $500 million stock buyback. Okay. Probably has more to do with that. It is an earnings play. But hey, maybe they had great earnings. I don't know. SYTA, they had some kind of an order, but it has really pulled back. 322, back down to 2, low float. Company yesterday announced that it received an order from the city of Lancaster, Public Utilities Department, etc. Okay, so that was the news this morning for SYTA. I've got to mention AWIN. This was an amazing one yesterday. I actually was able to trade a little bit of this. I took off right around here. I took off, left the room, and what a run it had. Even in the post market, it got up almost a 10. I'd love to say I got in here and sold right up here. Not quite, but was able to take advantage of it. Remains to be seen if it's going to have another move today. I mean, it's down 36%, mainly because of had the big pop at the end. Other low float, very low float, and that was verified also, 750,000 or so. Cava, where is Cava? Cava is a gap down. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, Cava's a gap down. CAVA gapping down on earnings. American Airlines, boy, they're getting thumped. American Airlines. So it's not an earnings play technically, but they've basically done a Q2 forecast. after the company lowered its Q2 adjusted EPS guidance. Jeffrey downgrading the stock to 12 from 17. It's already entered. Well, it's basically at 12 now. I'm going to change that actually. This is a this is something that'll be available hopefully in the next build. This you see this cloud stuff on my 15-minute chart. Oh, I see what you mean actually. Just give me a moment. There should have been the daily. I'm going to keep this on the 10. I'm just experimenting with the 10 here. Sorry about that, Stephen. I thought you meant over here. OZK guys, I'm hearing OZ. Now, love is weak. Also, maybe in sympathy with American Airlines. Take a look at JETS, JETS, ETF for the airline sector. Yeah, so it's been falling. Now, this is low volume. YY is low volume. I think it's out of China or Singapore. Out of Singapore, sorry. It's out of Singapore. So this is low volume, only 7,800, but it is an earnings play. Okay, and it's a big gap down on earnings. But again, low volume right now. The volume will pick up once the market opens, of course, but right now it is low volume, and that is YY. UMA, this is just showing up. Very low volume right now, but it is an earnings play. UMA, OOMA. It is an earnings play, but low volume right now. So Shah, in our YouTube room, did you get that? Explaining how you can get a pre-market and an after-hours scan. BNAI announces a private placement at premium to market. Promotion of Paul Chang to co-CEO. See if there's a price on this. So they're raising almost $5 million. Is Lucy at it again? I don't see Lucy anywhere. Where are you? I don't see Lucy anywhere. You guys are talking about Lucy, or at least Draw is. Maybe it's not up 6%. Maybe I just can't see it. Well, that's interesting. No. Oh, you're right. You're right. Man, my eyes. I thought it said $4.50, but you're right. Underneath my 50-cent level. IMVT guys, IMVT. This is an earnings play. This could get a little interesting, maybe. IMVT. This is an earnings play. Yeah, I see 10H here. This is a SPAC BWAQ. I'm not going to worry about that one. Another one that's under $1. You and your under dollar ones. But there have been some amazing moves. That is actually how you do spell Bauer, Eddie Bauer. We were in Eddie Bauer the other day, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Surprised that it still exists. I remember it went through bankruptcy, went into I don't know, they might be still trading on the pinks. This is years and years and years ago. So an earnings price. So by the way, Ruman, welcome to the room. An earnings play is just a stock that has released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market today. So that's So, these are stocks that more than likely will be active for the day. Okay. Doesn't mean you pile into the trade right now. It's just alerting to the fact that they have released earnings either after hours yesterday or this morning. All right, guys. So let's take a look at the sectors and see what is happening with the major sectors. So again, we're in for a bit of a rocky open. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Now, MRO is a buyout. Okay. Now it's a all stock transaction with I think it's with Conoco. So it will fluctuate. It is not a cash. It's an all stock. So this will fluctuate over the course of the day, depending on what Conoco's stock does or share price does. But anyway, what you're seeing here, XLE, this is the major ETF for energy, and 74% in red. That means that 74% of the stocks are down that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. And this is the type of thing I actually look for. Is there an outlier? Is there some stock that is moving counter to its sector? Now, MRO is obviously, but it's a buyout. So not as interesting. So looking around now, look at this. There's not one sector ETF on the ETF watch. There's not one positive sector. Remember, yesterday silver was soaring. SLV was soaring yesterday in the pre-market. A lot of the silver stocks were had a great day. PAAS as one of them. All right. So I'm just looking. So here's one. Retail, XRT retail, 83% are down. DKS is probably an earnings play. There you go. So DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, is an earnings play, and that is a big gap up. That's a big, big gap up on earnings, guys. Look at this, was 195 yesterday, up 212. Dick is very low float for a $200 stock, 57 million in the float, very low float for in my opinion anyway. So there's an outlier. There's an outlier. ANF, also an outlier. ANF is probably an earnings play also. Yeah, so DKS and ANF, a couple of earnings plays. My guess is ASO is probably, no, it is not an earnings play, but maybe it is, I don't know, piggybacking a little bit with Dick's Academy Sports. They have earnings coming up on June 11th, so not till next month. So, and here's another one, really. Healthcare, TMO, probably an earnings play. Nope. But only 32. Okay, only 32 shares have traded. So, but definitely DKS and ANF, a couple of outliers running counter to the sector. Now, based on what the market's doing, my bias would be probably shorting these pops based on what the market is doing. But it's still got room on the weekly chart. DKS still has room to 226 or so. I'm just looking at the weekly chart. So it's above all this. Now, again, the next high in the weekly chart, that was in the week of April 1st. So this is getting thumped, guys. BHVN, I should have mentioned this one. BHVN is just getting thumped here. Um, had the news, Slump says protein degrader drug data falls short of investor expectations. So this is getting thumped. BHVN on that news. Would have to have William analyze this a little better for us. To see what else do they have in their pipeline. Now, looks to me like there could be some support where it is right now. Could be. Look at the weekly chart, $27 approximately right here. AAP is starting to move down, guys. AAP, this is not, actually, this is an earnings play. AAP is an earnings play. Advanced Auto Parts. This is an earnings play. The next low looking left has some room on the weekly chart anyway, $60. So again, if you're new and you hear me talk about looking left and all that, just because I see the next low, say for AAP is at 60, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart support anytime soon, at least on the weekly chart. And that's all I really look for. I want to see stocks that have room to run. Doesn't mean it's going to get down to these areas, but at least we don't have to worry about, for instance, if the next weekly lows were, 50 cents away, it wouldn't be that interesting for AAP or any other stock. But, $4 away, certainly a lot more interesting, in my opinion. If anything else is sneaking in here, SRDX, SRDX. Now, what the heck is this one all about? SRDX, this is announced it will be acquired. Okay, so this is an acquisition for $43 in cash. So that's a cash transaction as opposed to the MRO, which is a all stocks. Well, they're certainly getting punished for this one, aren't they, William? BHVN. I mean, that is a big breakdown now underneath all this weekly action for BHVN. A lot of shares available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, one over a million shares. I'm going to check out GME now to see if there's been some short covering. Yeah, not that I see. And again, I'm only looking at Interactive Brokers, okay? They still have over 2 million shares available to short after having none yesterday. Interesting. And there's the marathon, okay? The buyout. Yeah, so this is an all stock. So let's take a look at COP because I mean so it's going to be tied to the COP stock price. So COP goes up, MRO should go up. Ed Mamba, are you talking about IB, Interactive Brokers, with the 150,000 available? Because I'm seeing 2 million now. So unless so you not see? Oh, yesterday. Oh, okay. You know what? You're right. There were some available yesterday. You are right. At some point, yeah, but you're right. But then they got snapped up. But that's amazing now that there are 2 million. Same with AMC. There are hardly any yesterday. Now AMC has about a million at Interactive Brokers, 848,000. All right. Well, maybe some others can comment on the Thinkorswim platform. Matt, sounds like you're new. Welcome to the room. I've never had Thinkorswim, so I cannot comment on it. Okay, guys, I am going to get to the layout that I use once this market's opened. There you go. Isaiah is chiming in with an excellent for the Thinkorswim platform. Okay, guys, let's see. Looking at now GV should look at GV. Very cheap. Now, yesterday I said I had this bias, in my 10-day daily breakdown of not shorting stocks under five. I'm going to try to cure that today. If I get a stock under five, because we had a couple yesterday that had great percentage moves. SMMT was awesome. I think we had the alert at 3 or so, a little over 3, and it got down to, well, before it pulled up, it got down to 2, which is a great percentage move, of course. And there were plenty of shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Okay, coffee pour. All right. North. Yeah, it's funny. I've got the text to voice, and she's saying north northeast. So NNE. This was a IPO from a few days ago, May the 8th to be exact. Wow. So there, BHVN, really a back of the envelope to 344. All right. Well, everybody, pile into BHVN. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say that. I should not say that. But anyway, here's BHVN. And we're talking on the short side, but could be some support right about here around the 26, 2650 to 27 level. Could be. Yeah, Mr. McSniffles, yeah, right. See, I gotta watch what I say in jest. Yeah. Let me do a rewind on that, okay? Just watch a silly movie called 57 Seconds. That's what I want. All right, guys, I will now get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Now, this window that you see here, we start to see the symbols, it will look very much like the pre-market actives up. Okay. Give me a moment. Okay, so yeah, so this window you see here is very much like the pre-market actives up. I've just added one filter. It has to be at least 200,000 shares trading. Was it really? Was GV today? Okay, I didn't see that. And what was the ratio? 1 for 15. Okay. No, thank you guys. Draw also probably mentioned that earlier. Yes. So this float then more than likely is 1/15 of that. Okay, because these are not updated immediately. So that float is probably about 300,000 now. Let me see if that other site has that. No, they got 1.66 million. So I don't know. At any rate, very low float for GV. Now, before I get going, if you have, I want to say this every day, guys. If you have our AI, our premium service, and if you have our premium service, more than likely it's because you want to see what our AI will have today, what alerts you'll get. So this is all I would do. You see this screen here? Just click on new from the toolbar, uh, new from the toolbar, and you see we've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, I got a minute to go. Thank you, William. And so this is what you're going to see. Notice it's blank. You will not get any alerts until 9:40, at least until 9:40. Doesn't mean you will get them at 9:40, but the earliest you'll get an alert would be 9:40. I would also make sure that filter in that filter box, it says none. And if it doesn't say none, it means one of these is checked, probably the profitable trades. Uncheck it. Okay. My opinion, you should see the alerts all day long, whether they're profitable or not. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. And we are now open for business right now. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Well, Chewy just made a new high, guys, and so did BNAI. Now, not a pre-market high. BNAI And this low float, not crazy low, but it is low, 14.5 million. And your next high looking left, wow. Well, if it takes out that pre-market high, which at 239, then the next high is 240. So it takes out that pre-market high. Basically, it's at that high. And then the next high in the daily chart is around 270. So I see that Chewy also blasted through the 200-day moving average. All right. Now, Love is probably in sympathy with, yeah, with American Airlines. Okay. American Airlines putting out their guidance for the next quarter, not good. And so I think a lot of the airline stocks are falling in sympathy. LUV being one of them, of course. So if you're a little less conservative than myself, there it is, 24.83 on the potential short for LUV. Okay, this is on the 10-day daily breakdown. This is on the 10-day daily breakout. Two scans that I am sharing. I mean, Love's got room. I mean, the next low looking left is yeah, about 24.19 on the weekly chart. And speaking of American Airlines, there it is, guys. So American Airlines, it's showing up on that also. And the next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 1160. That's pretty close. Now, BHVN showing up also on that in that scan. So you can see right off the bat, guys, look at the airlines. Do we have Delta, American, and Love? Okay. Airlines are weak, weak, weak. How's United doing? I'm sure they're all weak. Yeah. So wow, look at United. I mean, United's got a lot of room on the daily chart. And take a look at Jets. This is the again the ETF for the industry. Look at this big gap down. But it is early. All right. Well, there's the GV. Okay, they did the 1 for 15 reverse split today. So yeah, it's gone a little bit crazy already. American Airlines continues to move down. United is the one that has the most room. I mean, look at this on the, I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, 40.44. So it's $4. So that's nobody's saying it's getting there, but well, there is Lucy. So it must be over 50 cents. Yes, must be over 50 cents. Actually, it's funny. I did see again. I think I mentioned that I was in an Eddie Bauer store. I don't know, maybe a month ago, and yeah, I did see their eyewear. It was kind of cool. Meanwhile, Chewy is still moving higher. So it is over 20 now. Next high on the weekly chart is 2071. American, well, if you look at a weekly chart, I mean, there is your low. I mean, I think I got right into it. 1162. It's right at it. Now, if it takes that out, I mean, there's your low right there on your weekly chart. Now, if I scroll back a bit, I mean, so there's a low right there of 1163. There's another one, 1148, and then down here, around 1088. So all depends if any of these little levels hold it. Ah, there's SMR, guys. SMR. SMR weakening now. This is what the opening price for GV is. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Good. Not good. Not good. I hope you're not in it, Div. I mean, so this is the first time I'm displaying this screen. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen. This shows the halt price, 424 for GV, and the potential open, okay, which is 363. It doesn't have to hold there, of course, but man, if you're in this one now, I wouldn't want to be in this one right now with that staring at me. But it doesn't absolutely mean it's going to open at 363 when it resumes. Boy, Chewy is super, super strong, isn't it? So the $500 million stock buyback up to, I guess, is it? Yeah, it must be $500 million, I guess. But it is an earnings play, so they beat estimates in Q1. Okay, and I think didn't they name a or didn't they have a buyback? Ugh, I'm going to regret probably not shorting this one right off the bat. But BHVN. All right. Well, fingers crossed if you guys were in this one. Yeah. So it opened lower. 424 was the sometimes yeah, look at that spread. That's terrible. It's untradeable right now. 376.4 untradeable right now, in my opinion. I think I forgot to mention this one, guys. ASTS. I know it's on my list here. ASTS. Now look at this bottoming tail. Got it hammered down to 568, and it's up $1 from that low. Hmm. Now look at Chewy under 20 now. Okay, quick look at the markets right now. So the Dow was down. Dow was down yesterday and continuing down today. Tech was up yesterday, but now tech is down today, or tech NAS, and the SPY is down, of course. So everything is aligning on the way down right now as we speak. Consequently, it's going to take a lot for me to go long something. ASTS coming right into, you can see what it did. That red line you see on both the weekly and the daily chart, that is the next high looking left, okay, on the daily chart. And you can see it got into it. High was 669, so that's right at it. 671 exactly is the next high. So Marathon is starting to drop here, guys. MRO, and I almost guarantee if we look at Conoco, which is what, COP? Yeah, so Conoco is buying MRO, but it's an all stock transaction. So it's going to be tied to the Conoco share price. So if Conoco drops, so is MRO. All right. Well, don't listen to me, guys. ASTS just blasted through that high. Hmm. And Chewy, after the pullback, man, it is super strong. See where Chewy could go, CHWY. Let's see where Chewy could go. So 2071 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, okay? That is the next high. Don Cotton in our YouTube room. I just downloaded Pro. Where do I start? Well, pretty loaded question. Do you have any particular style of trading? Do you have a trading plan at all? I mean, you can go to our user. First of all, did you take a look at the 10 short videos? Which describes what alert windows are, what top list windows are. Talking to Don Cotton in our YouTube room. I am sharing a lot of scans. Well, that's the first thing you should do, Don. Okay, before you do anything else, save yourself some bit of anguish. Okay, sort of being bewildered about what you're seeing and all. So that's what I would do first. You don't have to look at them all, but it'll take you about, if you did look at them all, it'll take you about 30 minutes. Okay, well, first of all, the AI, it's not that you can't swing trade the AI, but this is what the AI looks like. So this is all I would do, okay? If that's what you're interested in right now, click on new from our toolbar, and then in the middle, there are three that say premium AI. Pick the second one, okay? Premium AI strategy trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see right now. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, will be up to you. Okay, just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing, you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. You can see we've got 3 so far. These are shorts, BHVN. But, just to let you know, I mean, the AI will get out of every trade by the end of the day. Doesn't mean you have to. If it's still setting up for you, like Chewy as an example. Who knows? Maybe Chewy blasts through all this. This is an AI alert. Maybe if it holds near the highs, maybe you think, hey, you know what? I'm going to hold it. Yeah, I mean, we can call it an AI algorithm. Whoa, look at the SYTA, guys. SYTA. Now the high left is 230. So if it takes that out, look at the high over here is almost 5. Okay, SYTA. And in the pre-market, it did get up to about 323. But you probably, before you do anything else, though, just so you understand about what Trade Ideas, capabilities and things like that, I'm going to give you my homepage. I'm talking to Don in our YouTube room. Okay. This is for anybody else who's new. If you click on the homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So the middle section, the scans, okay? These are the scans that I'm currently sharing, but also this getting started, to get started. Now you may have to, if you've already downloaded the program, of course you don't have to do this and you've logged in, but these are 10 short videos and, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. I mean, this whole thing will only take 30 minutes, but some of them you don't have to look at if you've already downloaded the program. I would do that first though, okay, before you do anything else. So again, don't listen to me, guys. I mean, I didn't think the ASTS would get through this. Well, I thought it might stumble getting through this, but not even close. I mean, this is, and you can see right there, there was the AI alert at 695 before it pulled back a little bit and it got up to 752. How you trade it, of course, is up to you if you take these AI alerts. And if you're taking it early from my 10-day daily breakout, you would have had it even a little bit earlier. Interesting, because this happened at 9:40. It was 6:62. This was like only a minute later. Actually, I'm wrong. 5 minutes later at 6:95. Again, these are all scans that I'm sharing. Okay. Now I'm an intraday trader. I am not a swing trader. But if you are looking to swing trade, and you see a stock that is really moving well today, and it closes, well today, and it has room to keep moving, you can make up your mind if you want to swing trade it. Okay. I have a question about AMC. What is a good entry point? So remember, I'm not a financial analyst. Okay, so I'm not going to say, well, you should get into this one right here. Okay, I'll never say that. It has to be up to you. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. But AMC right now, I mean, obviously it is moving down. If I were going to take AMC, I mean, it would probably. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's down 4.5% right now. Right now, I don't see a good entry, to be honest. Wow, as a swing trade. Okay, this is a meme stock, as you know. Okay, so I mean, you're totally, you have to believe in the memes. You have to believe that. Okay, are the memers going to get a hold of it? If they don't, it's going to collapse. If they do, it could have a run. So this to me is not. But if I were going to swing trade it, if I really, really, really were looking, I'd probably have to have it break five. Number one. But understand, I mean, it's completely tied into the memers. So you have to you have to believe are people going to pile into this because it's a meme stock? I mean, right now though, you can see on the daily chart, I mean, it's really doing nothing over the last few days. Mr. Dak, good morning. So when you ask me a question like that, Azzy, for LiDAR, I mean, what is your trading style? What is your plan? I mean, we look at a LiDAR, LIDR. I mean, it's obviously you can see by the topping tails and even the bottoming tails on it. This is for me anyway, this is a bit of a difficult one to intraday trade, but because I mean, it doesn't want to hold its gains. So, it means intraday is kind of jumping all over the place. But again, I guess if it takes out that right there, that 431, if it does, it's got room to 5. Not saying nobody's saying it's going to get there, but takes out the high of the day, it could have a run. All right, now things have settled down just a little bit for me now. I'm not getting as many alerts. Is Box an earnings play? Yes, Box is an earnings play, actually. BOX is an earnings play coming right into that high. That red line on the chart, well, you can see right on the daily chart. So it is coming in, it's coming into the combo scan that I've got. But, look at that red line right there. That could stall it. So far it has. Even if it broke it, the next high is around 27.39. So for me, this is, it's just hard for me to trade this when I look left and I just see all these areas where it could stall. Doesn't mean it could just blast right through all that, but from my trading style, I have to see more room. But remember, it's the same thing I saw on the ASTS, and it blasted through all that. Okay, now I'm looking to see if anything. So how did the Lucy do? Did it hold over 60? It wow, got up to 74 cents. I'd love to short this one, guys. It's SWIN, but it could be. I mean, it's showing up. I know I said I would take these shorts on my 10-day daily breakdown, cheap one, but you never know with this one. 231 though, it could have room down. I'm surprised actually there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Samir. So I have a question in our YouTube room. How do you get the red support resistance line to show up on the charts by default? Yeah, this is, I'm almost embarrassed because I don't know why this can't be, now Pepe's going to chime in maybe, but and again, if we give him access to our coding, I'm sure he could get it up and running. But anyway, you can only get it from a multi-strategy window. Okay, so if you get an alert from a multi-strategy window, so if I click on box, okay, you can see there it is from a multi-strategy window, the line will appear. But if I click on it from an alert window, it won't appear. Okay, I know it's crazy, and that just happens by default. We should be able to get that line from just clicking on it from an alert window. Why it happens from a multi-strategy window, I don't know. Now, a multi-strategy window, for those who don't know, I mean, it's just, you can take as many alert windows as you want, scans, and put them into this multi-strategy. So if I right click, you can see I've got 2 that are checked. Okay. And typically a multi-strategy window is used for people who don't have a lot of screen space. So instead of having, a series of alert windows all over the place, you could group them all into a multi-strategy window. I do have enough screen space, but what I do like to do sometimes is to take similar scans and put them into a multi-strategy window so I can lump them all together. So anyway, that is the reason, Samir. Okay, give me a moment. Just got to get my music going again. What happened to it? Okay. Fin Fin fan forever. You getting set for football season? Yeah, haven't seen you for a while. Welcome back. So I'm looking at some of the high flyers in the pre-market, and most of them are giving it up. Okay, the GVH, the CCG. I think. By the way, William, you made a great call yesterday on the Momo. This was an earnings play yesterday, I believe. Yeah, it was an earnings play yesterday, and you said, I recall you're saying this could have a lot more room to move down. And you mentioned that, I think, in the pre-market. And look what happened with Momo, basically all the way down. It's having a little pop now today, little recovery today. All right, let's take a look at the market. So right now it's almost 10 o'clock. I think there's some economic numbers coming out at 10. So we're putting in a green bar right now. I think there might be some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Let me just do a quick look. So at 10 o'clock, got the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. Now at 11 o'clock, I'm not familiar with this one. It's the Survey of Business Uncertainty. I'm not familiar with that one, but Richmond Fed, I am familiar with it. We'll see how what it has any effect on the market, and that's at 10 o'clock. So that's in now. It's in now, and see if it has any effect on the market. Okay, guys, CAV is interesting to me. Now, where is the next low looking left? Look what it did. Almost got right into that low. CAVA. The next low looking left is 75, and it got down to 75.04. Takes that out. The next low was 73.17. So I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 75. See if it takes that out. And that is the Cava. It is an earnings play. So are you asking me, Sam, in our YouTube room, like for instance, where would have been a good SPY bounce? I don't trade the indices at all. So, but I mean, again, you look left, and 524 was the next low looking left. You could have thought around that area. It did get down to what, 525. I mean, I suppose you could have looked at this and said, okay, if you get any sort of support in that area, maybe that's a good bounce area. But I don't trade the indices at all. I mean, you can create a if all you care are the indices like the SPY and NAS and things like that, you can create a symbol list that just tracks those stocks alone if that's what you want to do. But again, I don't trade the indices. Okay, and, you were talking about stocks too, okay. Well, again, bounces are very difficult. Bounces and toppers are very, very difficult, Sam, in my opinion. I'm not great at, because you're trying to find out where a bottom is maybe, and where a top is. They're not the easiest things to what I mean, I do have a scan that is called bouncers toppers that you can load, and you can take a look at the type of alerts you're getting, but it still doesn't mean just because you get an alert that you pile into the trade, okay? But you can take a look at it. It's called Bouncers Toppers from my homepage. But you have to have some idea how to trade, right? I mean, again, bouncers and toppers are not the easiest things to do. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down until you see my scan section. So I do one of the scans I do have, bouncers and toppers. You can take a look at that, okay? At least that's going to give you an idea about stocks that are, in theory, going a little parabolic, and in theory, are oversold. Okay. But so, I mean, that at least will direct you to stocks like that, oversold, overbought. In theory, just because a stock looks overbought or oversold doesn't mean that it's not going to keep either moving higher or moving lower, of course. All right, guys, I am looking at the Cava here. As a potential short. It has popped a little bit. See if it gets back down to that 74.79 level. Well, all I have to do is put an alert in, okay? It's a matter of looking left, Sam. Also, you look left, you get something that's moving higher and higher and higher, and maybe you look left and you say, "Wow, okay, the next highs looking left are very close, maybe on the daily chart or the weekly chart. That could be the resistance area also, or something that's going to bounce, maybe coming into a support area, maybe the VWAP, maybe support on a chart." Well, it doesn't trade bounces, per se. I mean, it doesn't look at a stock necessarily. There are some alerts that might look for bounces or tops. There are more strategies. I don't see any right now. So it doesn't, the question is from our YouTube room, how does the AI trade bounces? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't look at, well, something that I'm going to trade as a bounce. There may be a strategy that looks for bounces. I don't see one right now that made the cut today. So Canva is actually having a bounce. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping it would plummet. You could have looked at Chewy. You could have thought, wow, Chewy. I mean, where is it going to finally stop? I don't know. I mean, the next high looking left is 2190 now. It did take that high out of 2071. These are all little areas that it could have stalled at, but so far it is still super strong. Really hard, bounces, playing bounces and tops, probably, in my opinion, the most difficult trading style. Because really, remember what you're trying to do. You're trying to trade counter to the trend. Strong stock, you're trying to predict when it's going to top out. Weak stock, you're trying to predict when it's going to bounce. Running counter to the trend. Yeah, if you have that bouncers toppers for me, yeah, you get an alert, then you can check to see, okay, how much room does it still have to move potentially. Chewy is probably showing up on that list, probably. Yeah, Oliver, I mean, you're saying virtually what I said. I mean, it's not easy trying to find. I mean, after the fact, it looks, oh man, what a great short that would have been up here. Absolutely. But a lot of people might have thought it was here, 19, might have thought it was here at 20. I mean, it's very difficult. Now, unless you can find, maybe a whole bunch of resistance at a certain level, maybe the 200-day moving average, things like that a little more technical perhaps, but I mean, look at BHVN. I mean, that looked like it was going to keep sinking and sinking and sinking. It found a bottom at 25.84. But I mean, look at the trend. The trend is still, I mean, it's been kicked today. So if there's anybody out there that plays bouncers and toppers and they do well, fantastic. My hat's off to anybody who can do that. Meanwhile, look at SOPH. For whatever reason, you didn't see this in the pre-market at all. Did not trade in the pre-market. SOPH, probably a low float. It is not a low float. 61 million in the float, if we can believe that float. And this is just ripping here. I don't see any specific reason for it. SOPH. I do not see any reason for this one. But somewhere, somehow, some group somewhere has got a hold of this. This is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised it did not get halted. Man, the unstoppable Chewy. I mean, it's a bit an amazing run, guys. We only had this little pullback right in this area, right here. But after that, revenue beat stock. There's the stock buyback information. I think it was $500 million worth of up to, up to. Well, again, Sam, when you ask me, is it better to look for a long consolidation like Riot? It depends on your trading style. I mean, I look at Riot again, Riot, Mara, you have to know what Bitcoin's doing, right? I mean, it's all about Bitcoin. So you see right now, you know, you I'm not a Bitcoin player at all, but if you think that Bitcoin is eventually going to keep moving higher, because this is all tied in with Bitcoin, isn't it? I tend not to try. Well, first of all, I'm not a swing trader, but I tend not to try to take stocks that are very, very tied into its sector, to their sector, just because I don't want to have to worry about what the sector is doing. I rarely trade energy stocks unless the energy stock had specific news for it, maybe an earnings play or some kind of huge news. But that's me. That is, of course, just me. That's my style. I'd rather find stocks that are, what we call the alpha stocks, the ones that are trading basically on their own, not caring within reason what the overall market's doing or what its sector is doing. Boy, this SOPH, guys, is just severe rippage. Now, 738 is the next high. I keep trying to find some news on this one. I don't see any news. Wow, BNAI. I know you're in this one, Dak. Tough trader right now. Looking at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Um, Good luck on it. The high today was around 240, 250. Is that what it is? It's funny. I don't see that news on my Interactor brokers. Doesn't mean I'm not disputing it. It's funny. I don't see it there. Well, if that's the case. I mean, it's an eye-catching headline, right? It's an eye-catching headline, guys, for the SOPH. Give me a moment, guys. All right, holes over 6. This could, I mean, the next high again is up here it's the headline that's eye catching, of course. Doesn't mean it's going to run from here, but no. I'm just looking left to see where the next high is, green trades. So I'm just looking left here. There's the next high. So I'm not. So there's no pattern. I mean, I just because a stock has room to run though doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade, but I just want to make sure it's got room to run. So looking left on the daily or the weekly chart helps me. Yep, even if it's a single candle. Yep. Thank you, Azim. Yeah, in our main room, that's what was posted about the collaboration with Microsoft and NVIDIA. I mean, it's an eye-catching headline. There's no question about it. Okay. Now, what does that really mean? I don't know. I do know this though. If it takes out six again, it may get a whole flock of new buyers. So, Shah, I really can't. You're asking me. I'm not an investment advisor. Okay, you're asking me any good stocks to enter now for short-term gains. You have to have a trading plan, Shah. Okay, I can't. I'm not going to say yes. You should do this. And I'm not trying to be mean. Okay, but I cannot just say yes. You should do this one right now. Or I mean, if you are in the YouTube room on Tuesdays, you'll hear Michael Noss talk nag you guys to death about having to have a trading plan. Like, why are you going to take a stock? Okay, that's your first thing. I mean, it can't just be, well, I think I think it looks pretty good to me, or I heard some good news. I mean, listen, if that works for you and you make money, fine, but you have to have some kind of a trading plan. I mean, you could be looking at Chewy as an example, okay, and not to chase it now, but here's the VWAP 2017. Well, that's too far away. Okay, that's way too far away. But what if it came back into the VWAP? Maybe it was a little closer. See if the VWAP holds it, bounces off it. Just things like that. Well, before you commit money to the market, of course, you should be practicing trading. You can use our simulator. Uses our real-time data. Keep an eye on this SOPH, guys. I mean, it is very risky, of course, but it gets over 6 again. It could have that move. Well, you're right about that, Sam. A simulation doesn't give necessarily accurate fills, but let's put it this way: if you cannot make money in a simulator, don't forget about trying to make money with a live account. Okay. We're never saying that just because you can make money in a simulator that you're definitely going to make money when you start trading live, because you're right. All the discipline that you use and trading in a simulator, there's no emotions at all. You're absolutely right. But if you cannot do it in a simulator, how the heck can you possibly do it when you're trading live? I'm just talking in general too. Yeah, SMMT, guys, is now coming back from yesterday. Now look at the room it's got. I mean, again, there's a 200-day moving average, so it's got a little bit of room to there. 301. It's trying to come back, got hammered down. Actually, 2 days, right? Yesterday was the big down day, but even the day before was a big gap down. Okay, well, I've got an alert set for the SOPH over 6. See if it takes that out later on in the day or in the next little while. I just have this feeling that I have an alert set there. If it takes it out later on, that might have another run in it. All right, guys, I'm going to, and by the way, we have a bonus day regarding my promo code. I thought it might be over today, last night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, but still alive, guys. So if you want 28% off an annual subscription, you can still do it. Let me explain all this. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code is still active, okay? I thought it was going to disappear last night, but it did not. So annual 28, you'll get 28% off any annual plan, either from our standard or our premium service. If you currently have a monthly plan and you want to take out an annual subscription, you can also use that code, okay? If you just want to take out a monthly subscription right now, you can use the Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. If you use my code, this will really help the room. The room will get credit for the subscription, and this will help to keep the room free. These are free rooms. So the way we keep it free is by using my code. The room gets credit, okay? And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos starting off with a download and install, your first startup and login. Scroll down, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. Okay. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. A series of videos, all free, about 38 videos. Yeah, so if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at these videos. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. Free, of course. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. Let's take a look at Mara. I know Mara triggered yesterday, but is so tied into Bitcoin. So my guess it's my guess is that it's underneath the trigger price. I can't remember what the trigger price was, but very tied into Bitcoin, of course. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week, it comes to you before the market opens Monday mornings. It is free. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please, check your spam folder. And if you check your, if you don't see it in your spam folder and you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. Again, don't get hung up on how much there is in the user guide. Like any other software program, there's a lot in here. You don't have to learn everything, but the getting started, mandatory. This gives you a lot more detail about what an alert window is, the T window, a top list window is. You want to find out how to create a price alert on a chart. I use that all the time. Want to create a watch list of stocks you want to follow right here. Here's that getting started series again. Daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me. So I will confirm that it'll be Jamie before I do take my break in about an hour and a half. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down the center section. Here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So right here is the relative strength leaders. From the close percent, it's the same. I just shortened it. You'll see me talk about the daily breakdowns and the breakouts. These are my other monitors. Here is the halts resumes over here. Okay, so I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Yeah, so Andre, no. So the question is in our YouTube room, does a simulator allow trading in the pre and post market? You have to go in as a limit order. You cannot go market orders. And that's the same for any brokerage platform that I'm aware of, okay? In the pre-market. You cannot just go in as a market order. So that's probably the reason. You have to go in as a limit order, okay? All right, now Ozark, OZK is now showing up on that 10-day daily breakdown. This is not an earnings play, July 18th, so I'm not sure what the reason for this one going down. Citi downgraded them on life science loan worries. Wonder if they have a price target. So, Andre, did you understand that? Is there merch? Not really. I'm asking that. And again, I have two rooms going. Okay. So one is a YouTube room. And then the other one is what I call the main room. YouTube, both hear me, both see my screen. YouTube has, I think, about a 7 or 8 second delay. Not as much activity among traders in the YouTube room. If you're looking for more action, you can come into the main room. More action, meaning there are a lot more traders swapping ideas. Okay. And I'll give you I will give you the main room, as I call it. If you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. Real. I see you're just posting. And Jamie, Jamie is listening to me, so it will be him in about an hour and a half taking over for me in our YouTube room. And it's all, I think it's a great idea to head over to YouTube when I take my break between 12 and 1. It works out perfectly. 5 days of the week, five different traders take over for me, and we all have different trading styles. So, wow, on the Lucy. Good for you guys on the Lucy. Well, I'll give you the link. Well, I mean, you don't go now, Isaiah. Okay, nobody's. I mean, I'm still moderating. I'm still moderating the YouTube room. Okay, but in an hour and a half, I put the link in. But if you want to, if you know, if you're not gonna hang around, I'll give you the link. This is the link to get into our YouTube room. But again, don't go now because there's nobody there other than myself. Man, oh man, good for you guys in the Lucy. I mean, that came from the depths of 32 cents this morning, up now a dollar, just because they launched the Eddie Bauer Smart Eyewear collection with voice access to Chat GPT, featuring the world's first rimless smart eyewear design. Eye-catching headline, of course. Oh, Michael, I have no idea. You're asking me. I have no idea about what you're talking about. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Man, this is the classic fear of missing out right now, guys. I mean, the high. I mean, this actually, that's right. Last week it did actually get up to 114 and it plummeted down to 40 cents. You caught that, did you, Mr. McSniffles? Wondering if anybody caught the little attempt at mild humor. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible, Michael, for me to know what's going on with that scan and your computer and your internet. Talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Lucy is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Now, I just got halted. So let's see where it could open. Okay, this is again time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. No, I have. I mean, Michael, I have no idea what filter you added. Number one. Okay. To cause this issue that you're talking about, I have no idea what filter you added, but no filter should affect your real time alerts. So here is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here, there's your halt price for Lucy. Potential open, no big clue right now. All right, guys. So for those of you who are new, briefly describe what Trade Ideas is all about. So we are a real-time scanner. A lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. We don't claim it. We are. Okay. We are a real-time scanner. So what do I mean by that? This is an alert window. If I right click on it and I click on configure and click on the summary. So this is, of course we can screen, but this is the screening aspect of this real-time scanner. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that's a very powerful filter that we've got. This is time sensitive. So it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:37 Eastern time in the morning. Okay. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal, etc. All these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day. We get a real-time alert. The last time that happened was Lucy at 10:34 plus 53 seconds. It is now almost 4 minutes later. Okay. So since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to add a filter in. You have trade. Well, of course, you have to have Trade Ideas to have my scan. But maybe there's a filter that you might want to add in. Maybe you want to take one of these out. This is up to you. If you like it the way it is, great. It's on my homepage. You can have it. If you want to create your own scan, of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. Right at the very top, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got right at the very top. And you see what happened right there. Summit just made a new high. SMMT just made a new high for the day and met all the filter requirements. So, two most popular real-time alerts that we've got right at the very top, the new high of the day or the new low of the day. If I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got. Now, again, if you're looking at this for the first time, please don't sit there and think, oh my gosh, this program is way too hard for me. How am I going to have to learn how am I going to learn all of these real-time alerts and these filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many, and I'm hoping this makes sense, is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all of these filters, all sorts of different trading styles out there to satisfy the majority of trading styles. They had to create all these different real-time alerts and filters so that people who could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So you don't have to learn them all. I personally only use the new high and the new low of the day. It doesn't mean that the rest of these real-time alerts, and I only use a handful of these filters. It doesn't mean the ones I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them. For my trading style, this is all I need. Your trading style might be very different. And there's the Lucy coming out of the halt. Wow. No, they don't sell the back test. We don't sell the back tester separately, Michael Storm. Wow. One big wow, guys. Congratulations, you guys who kept talking about this in the pre-market. I mean, in this case, the news mattered. Now, do we think that this warrants this jump because of the news? Of course not. But it doesn't matter what we think. All right. I think you heard my little kitten next to me. Just give me a moment. Boy, did Cava ever have a bounce, guys? I mean, and the market. So this current this is well right now kind of turned in my favorite day. Big gap down, pretty big gap down, and then a recovery. So this is what I'm doing with the Sophie. Okay, I have put an alert at 6. Okay, because later this is one of those ones that maybe later on, and later on could be in the afternoon, Eastern time, of course, could get some enthusiasm back and take out this 6 and maybe run. So that's why I've got my price alert set. See if it takes it out later on. So I'm an intraday trader. So if you are also, your number one goal every single day should be to try to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. And why do you want to get into a stock that is not trading abnormally? You get stuck in it, it's not trading. Why would you want to do that? So, in my opinion, anyway, you should be looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. This screen you see right here, if you're especially if you're kind of new to all this, you could just stare at this screen all day long. That doesn't mean just because you see this one, Lucy, doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately, of course. But it is telling you that Lucy, up 156%, obviously is trading abnormally. How can a stock be trading up 156% unless it's trading abnormally? So, what is abnormal? Well, look at the volume. 300 million shares have traded, which represents 325 times normal up to this time of day. I would say that's pretty abnormal, right? BNAI, this is even more abnormal. 2,180 times normal. Okay, over 2,000 times normal. These are stocks that are really trading abnormally. Now, the trick is, of course, how are you going to trade them? Well, that's when you've got to develop some kind of a trading style. So I know that some were in this BNAI. So you may have looked at this BNAI. I mean, to me, this is a real difficult one to trade because I'm just looking at the topping tails and the bottoming tails, kind of all over the place. But let's take a look at Lucy as an example. So if you said, "Wow, I missed this one," where could maybe you get into this one? Well, there's the VWAP, okay, 0.76. Now, maybe if it comes back down to the VWAP, which that might be tough because it's going to break under a dollar. A lot of people, like myself, don't like to trade stocks under a dollar. It's just a personal. That's just personal, of course. But let's say it was up here at 123 and the VWAP was at say $1.05. You might wait to see if it comes back down to the VWAP, but all you have to do is put a price alert, say at the VWAP, and see where it could and see if it hits that. Where does it say? 99 cents. Okay. Ron M. Question was, what does IB show for a possible open? 99 cents. You know what? Wow. Was I ever wrong about the Cava? Well, not wrong, but I mean, I was really anticipating a big breakdown. Look at this bounce, 74 to 80. I was really hoping we'd get a big breakdown because it had room to move, but didn't happen. Missed out on the Ozark right there, 4017, 3935. There was the potential to short it. Underneath 40 would have been interesting. 39.35 now. Couldn't see any news on it. Oh, that's right. This was all about Citibank. Boy, a very powerful downgrade by Citibank on Ozark, OZK. So much for the bank brethren. Wow. Now here's another one, guys. So if you missed the ASTS, let's take a look at where the VWAP is, 680. That's classic. I mean, if you miss the ASTS, am I still broadcasting from Canada? Yep. The real? Okay. So if you missed ASTS early, okay, there was the alert, 695. But look what it did. It got right back down to the alert price. Okay. So you could have taken this on that bounce. 681 is the VWAP. It got down into the VWAP area. And ASTS now, what's the yeah, I mean it's a big float. I have to check to see if that is actually the float because that is that's a big float to be up 42%. So I just want to check. And the answer is, yeah, it must be. They don't even have it there, which means that's a high market cap. This is in dilution tracker. So it must be right. That's a big float. And so this is I guess this is the news. Soars on Verizon partnership for space to cellular service. All right. Why not? We're getting closer and closer to the Jetsons, guys. But the short float percent, yeah, 27% short float percent. So that's pretty high. So a lot of shorts are being trapped. Now, the SOPH doesn't look like it. I mean, this is a pretty severe pullback. That's a very severe pullback now. But that's why you just put a price alert and forget about it. If it happens, it happens. Why, John? Do I sound supercharged today? This is just actually a coffee day. Ah, bonjour from Montreal, Montreal, my hometown. Now the Canadian banks have been kind of weak. Look at Bank of Montreal, BMO. Wow, this is what a. Now this is coming into maybe some support. There is the 200-day moving average. So maybe that'll be some support. 89.24 for BMO. I don't know if there's any. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play. Yeah, Chewy is nonstop. I mean, Chewy is basically nonstop. Still has some room. I mean, you would think maybe 2190. There is the next high looking left. What did it get up to? 2175. Maybe that'll stall it. But man, if it takes out 2190, then it's got a ton of room. 2354 is your next high. All right, guys, give me a moment. Wow, Cava just absolutely came back. I can't remember if this was an earnings play. Actually, was Cava an earnings play too? Yes, it was. It was an earnings play, and nothing's going to surprise me now. This could go positive, and it's only down 2.2% now. There's the high, 86. It still has room. Man, oh man, what a recovery. Yeah, I mean, I did see that Nikki Yale or Nikki Yale or Nick from Yale or Nikki who likes beer, Nikki Ale. I don't know. You see a lot of headlines like that. From stocks. You see these lawyers who try to get class action suits together. But this man, oh man, what a recovery. Well, Chewy is right at maybe the next area of resistance. Maybe. I mean, it's right there, 2190. All right, guys. Well, maybe Lucy's on its way again. I got a high at 121. It still has a high of 134, maybe to shoot for. Ah, man, oh man, I missed the boat on the OZK. This was a great short from that 10-day daily breakdown. I'm sorry. I think somebody asked about United Airlines earlier. Why is it strong? Okay, I see what you're looking at here. I think it had to pop. Now, did how about American Airlines? Did some of them recover a bit? Not really. And jets, take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. Yeah, not really. So United is kind of trading on its own. I think United has been considered maybe this obviously the strongest of all the airlines. Not that the airlines are doing that well. Well, BMO continues down, guys. BMO now it's at the 200-day moving average. Boy, if it takes that out, I mean, it's a big float, I'm sure. 752 million. That's a big drop, 7% with that float. It's right at the 200-day moving average now, a little bit under now. 89.24, 89.11. Yeah, I have GME thumbnail, so I am watching GME. It's the shorts have how many at Fidelity right now, William? Right now there are 2.13 million shorts available at Interactive Brokers for GME. Okay, this is an all-time high now for this NNE. It has come back all the way down here at 479. So this is an all-time high now for the NNE, or was. Started trading as NNE the week of March the 6th. 5 million at Fidelity. Oh, interesting. Wow, I got to watch this NNE. It takes this out in a big way. Nanonuclear. I do believe this was an IPO. Real cheap, one of those cheap IPOs. Pretty low float. Oh, come on, break out here. All right, so the Dow is still down. Little disconnect now between the the growth stocks versus value stocks. What's the SPY doing? SPY had a nice run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15 up. The unstoppable Chewy guys, that just broke through this also. 2190. Next high, I mean 2390. 2354, sorry. Excuse me, sir. I thought I'd muted myself in my little coughing spasm. Okay, then the NNE is really interesting. The problem right now is the spread, but it is really interesting. I mean, it's all-time highs now, NNE. Well, obviously there's no resistance, guys, for the NNE. No resistance. Catch up, catch up. Oh man, guys. Okay, NNE. There's no resistance. No resistance because, of course, it's an all-time high. So no chart resistance. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, if you took this NNE, obviously, in my opinion, maybe takes. Wow. Okay, I was going to say take some profit up in that 650 because look how look how it dropped the bid ask. All right. ASTS. Let's see what it is doing now. ASTS, is it still hang? Yeah, it is still hanging in there. It has not had a big pullback. Now, maybe this is it for Chewy. Okay. I mean, there's that high, 2190. It got up to 2198. Maybe. But again, it's difficult to know if this is really the top. A lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers, over 2 million to short, but so this is Nano actually had some news, and NE had some news, announces it is one of the elite sponsors of the American Nuclear Societies, etc. Okay. So it actually had some news which propelled it upwards. Fast morning for me, guys. Very fast. Now, this is first of all, welcome anybody who's new or relatively new to either room. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I should always do that a lot earlier, but I always forget. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm wrapped up doing something, I'll certainly let you know. But most of the time, I can answer pretty quickly. If I cannot answer, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can. Especially if it's a scan of some sort. Maybe I don't have like a scan that you're looking for. Maybe one of the other traders will have it. Here's another one, guys. It came back. YY, this is an earnings play. YY is an earnings play out of Singapore, and it really doesn't have that much volume. It only had about, when I saw it, about 10,000 shares traded in the pre-market. Really hasn't. I mean, the volume is relative volume is good, but really doesn't trade that much. BNAI triggered. Okay, I don't know what your trigger price was. I'd have to look at it, but this is from Shady BNAI. Oh, 230. Okay. So Shade is in this one now. 230. His stop is at 205. Just to decipher what he means when you see Shady posting like that. I mean, it's got room. 271 or so is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it does have some room. And there it goes. Good trade by Shady. Pre-market high, and it just took it out. So what will it do at that high? Well, it's stalled so far. We're going to see how that worked. It got up to 270, and the high is 270 right there. Now it could pop right through it like it's trying. If it really continues, 358 is the next high. Looks like it's going to get halted. No, not yet anyway. Is there any news on this one? I saw this in the pre-market, so that's part of my list, but I'm not sure I saw any news on it. Now it's forget about this one. This is halted, but I don't care about that one. The UBXG. So they had a private placement. That's right. They did a private placement, and typically at 250 a share. So it is interesting. So it is above the private placement price of 250 a share right now. Bienvenue. You know what? Chewy looks like it's going to tackle that 22 now, and it still has room. 23 something is the next high looking left. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just following some internal discussions. Meanwhile, Ozark continues to move down. OZK, that's probably my big miss of the day from my 10-day daily breakdown. Basically straight down, only one little green candle. And you can see how these real-time alerts work right here, guys. Okay, the BNAI. Every time BNAI made a new high, over and over and over and over and over and over again from 1108, 43. And you can see, I mean, they were coming rapidly. And again, I'm sharing this scan. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to do a couple of things here. Chewy is still trying to test that 22. VSTM from yesterday. Now, VSTM, horrible day 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Trying to come back a little bit. Volume is coming in. VSTM, the next high looking left is 453. Okay, horrible day. Can't really remember what happened here. Wainwright. Wainwright still trying to promote this with a 1750 price target. That's on the 28th. That was yesterday. Yeah, Lucy, you're right, Dak. Lucy still looks, where can I find it? Right there. Lucy, front and center. I think if it can take out this 120 level, it could have another run in it. Let's take a look at it on a monthly chart. Where could it? Wow. I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, I mean, this has got all sorts of room. 277. Boy, Chewy is starting to look a little bit tired. Couple little topping tails here. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching a couple of things on my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting. The CCG from the pre-market, it did absolutely nothing. Let's see if it has any hope at all. Probably not. It's actually probably going to go negative. I'm not sure I saw any news for this one, the CCG. A big pop in the pre-market all the way up to 252 has dropped a dollar. Could go negative. All right, so BHVN coming back here, guys. So this is actually showing up now on my distance to the next high being over $2. Well, you can see, of course, it is. BHVN trying to come back. And this is what I'm talking about. Distance to the next high, BHVN has to be to get this alert, has to be at least $2 away to the next high on the daily chart. And of course, look at the gap. One moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, BNAI making a new high now. A little bit of a, I mean, it still has room. I mean, 359 is the next high. I'm keeping an eye on. I'm out of the NNE, guys, but I am keeping an eye on it for a break again up to this level. You know, maybe the 650 level. I'm going to put a price alert up in that area and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Whoa, good for you on the Lucy DAC. I see Lucy now. Yeah, never took Lucy all day long. Wow. Impossible to short DJT. Let's take a look, see if there's shorts available for me. Very few, very few shorts at Interactive Brokers anyway. Five right now, 5,600. Look at the Chewy now, guys. CHWY starting to give it up. Starting to give it up. CHWY, as I said before, looks like it was getting a little bit tired. So where could Chewy go? Okay, so let's take a look at the VWAP. It's 2066. So it is less than a dollar from that. The filters. So you have okay. So you know it requires a custom formula, right? Question: And are you in the main room? What are the filters I have? So you know it requires the custom formula, though, right? Okay. So all I'm doing. So this is what I'm looking at. One and $100. Current volume is at least 300,000 minimum, up or down 2%. And then it has to be at least $2 to the next high on the daily chart. Okay. So that's it. Okay. I mean, if you have it, if you took, okay, no, you have the custom formula. Okay. So again, this is up to you, what you want to use for your price range and all, but that's what I'm using. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, Cava is just, as I said, it wouldn't surprise me. It looks like this is going to go positive. There was the close yesterday for Cava, 82.40 or so. So it's just 54 cents underneath that. Notice the price alerts I put down here. They're still blue, never triggered. These are the areas I was looking at to potentially get into a short for it, and it did not trigger. Otherwise, that would be green. Okay, Poe, let me see if I can help you on the Peggy. Okay, PEGY. Ah, well, I don't know. This looks a little tougher. Yeah, Jungle Gym, I can. So you know how to create you know how to create it? Good. Let me just find it for you. Okay. Okay, there it is. So again, you obviously know how to do it. So it'll you can put whatever you want, of course, as your distance to the next high or low. And this is exactly how it works. You can see right here, distance to the next low is wow. I mean, it's $25. So you're looking at $5 or so to the next low. Meanwhile, I see what you tried to do, William. You tried to take a bounce on the OZK, right? Still weak. Man, that's a great look at this short, guys, for the OZK. The alert was at 4017 right here, 3890 now, and orderly in an orderly fashion down. Okay, AWIN. Are you saying it is bouncing? Because I know it was down this morning. This was the amazing one yesterday. I actually was able to carve out a little bit. This is when I shut myself down from the room, and this it was just showing up. And this came out of nowhere. I mean, this the time right there is 2:15, and then this is the 2:30 candle, the 2:40, 3 o'clock candle. I guess it was halted at two. It was halted 2:45 candle. I mean, before it pulled back, I mean, there's 4 o'clock. Before it pulled back, I got up to $10. Amazing. And of course, it's a crazy low float. All right. That float is correct. I've checked another source and it appears to be correct. So, I mean, you've got to be awfully careful, of course, with 750,000 in the float. Wow. Great, great trade on the Lucy. Not in it. Haven't been in it all day. Guys, this has been a super fast morning for me anyway. I only had one trade, but it's been super active. Lots to talk about. I mean, it's 11:30 already, and wow, 29 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break between 12 and 1. Jamie has confirmed that he'll be taking over for me. Jamie is a scalper, and I know he doesn't mind. He's listening to me, maybe. So he will do things like, you know, try to get 3 or 4 cents, taking 5, 10,000 shares or something. That's not all he does. All right. But he will do stuff like that. That is not my style. But so if you're interested in stuff like that, head over to YouTube between 12 and 1. The Bank of the Ozarks, man, oh man, which was a great series. 36.93. So 37 is the next low looking left. Okay, Don. Yeah, I can link to my homepage. Okay, so linking to my homepage. So you are looking for the videos. So what video are you talking about? The getting started? Are you talking about the getting started? Okay, yeah, that's right. Getting started runs you through your download and install, first startup and log in. If you've already downloaded it and you're in, you don't have to look at this. But you want a lot more information about what this toolbar is all about. I would not look at dock layout, to be honest. I think that's an advanced topic. It can be difficult to do. So I know I got a lobby to get them to take that out at something else. But introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, certainly. Okay. You know what is starting to come back a bit is that Sophie. So I still have my alert set up here. I mean, it could, get some volume coming in. I mean, look at the volume. It is tapered off completely. We had that huge, huge move on all that volume, but the volume is just tapered off. You can see in the volume bars right there. Okay, so this is a buyout. This SM, yeah, we saw this one yesterday. SRDX. I think we saw this one yesterday. Maybe not. No, this is a buyout today. I think I saw it yesterday. I had a little bit of a move, but this is a buyout today. SRDX. That's what I said, Shaw. I mean, he'll take 5, 10,000 shares of these, some of these stocks, and not for everybody, but well, as I said before, we all have different trading styles. So I think, it's not bad to go over, but that's not all Jamie does. Okay. he, he does, but he will do some intense scalping. Now, I don't know if he's doing that today. I don't know if the market is conducive for that right now. Yeah, Chewy, as I said, it looked like it was getting tired right up here, a couple of topping tails. And sure somewhere Jamie is chuckling every time I talk about him as being the scalper supremus. Okay, guys. So I am, gonna show this because Michael said that this will be available. I'm glad, I'm really glad. Um, you might notice I've got this chart here that has these clouds. So hopefully in the next build, this will be available to you guys if you want it. And it'll look something like this. Okay, this will be a new channel called Ripster, and it will be available as part of our standard, of course, our premium. I actually thought it might have been an add-on, kind of like the anchored VWAP is, but nope. It's just not available yet. Okay, but I am definitely I'm interested in it because I kind of like the way it has a visual presentation of some of this stuff, in this cloud formation. But again, it's not quite ready for you guys yet. Hopefully, the next build, as Michael said. Ragu, yes. Is that a question for me in our YouTube in our main room? How can I know the best brokers in Canada? Well, I mean, I am in Canada, yes. I don't know about the best brokers, but I've been using Interactive Brokers for 8 years now. I love it. I really do like Interactive Brokers. Not for everybody. I think people get a little bent out of shape because it's not maybe the prettiest looking platform. But I'd rather, I've had it for 8 years. I find it very, very reliable. I don't think I've been frozen out once. I think the fills are okay. Yes, you pay half a cent a share, but I mean, there's Disnet and Questrade also. I know there are people that have Questrade. I had Questrade. I had Questrade before I had Interactive Brokers, and the reason I switched over is because, well, at the time anyway, Interactive Brokers seemed to have a lot more shirts than Questrade. Plus, the commission was way better. So I don't know if it's the best broker in Canada, but I certainly have been using Interactive Brokers for 8 years now. So, Girl Trader, are you're talking about the brokers? Interactive Brokers charges half a cent a share, if that's what you're asking for. Talking to Girl Trader in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, 11:41. Okay, in 20 minutes, I'm out of here for about an hour. Something's cooking, guys. Cook. Let's see what's happening with this excuse me, COOK. Not sure I've ever seen this one before. 261 is the next high. After that, so to me, there's just a little too much resistance, not that far away. So, Girl Trader, is that what you meant about the fees for Interactive Brokers? You weren't talking about that scan that I put up. The Ripster. You're not talking about that, are you? All right, guys. Well, my alerts have kind of dried up now. I haven't had a new one for a while. So it's perfect for me to take a break pretty soon. The SOPH, though, it is inching its way up on little volume, very, very little volume, but it is inching its way up. I mean, I'm just going to hold out, though. If it takes out these highs later on in the day, get some volume coming back in. This is the one that had some news regarding collaborating with Microsoft and NVIDIA to leverage their expertise in technology and genomics. Great press release. You know, you can put Microsoft and NVIDIA in the same press release. Actually, not a low float either. I mean, 61 million, not high, but it's not a low float. You know, it's funny because the volume is not that great. I mean, it's 56 times normal, but it's only a million shares. Would have thought maybe with that sort of a press release, there'd be a lot more to it, but maybe not. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Can you pick the exchange to trade on with Interactive Brokers? You mean US, Canada? Interactive Brokers trades on. Oh yeah, for sure you can. Interactive Brokers actually. Now I don't know in Canada if I can, but I know they have virtually all the exchanges in the world. But I don't know in Canada if I can actually trade the Japanese market. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but yes, the bottom line is yes. Okay, guys, the pullback maybe for Chewy is over. Let's take a look at Chewy now. Nice little short op, but now it might be over. What did it get into? It got into the no, not even close to the VWAP. SNOA. One day I'll take one of these, but yeah, SNOA, another stock, 28-cent stock. Still have my eyes on the NNE, the NNE for later on, the SOFI for later on, SOPH for later on. All right, something's happening with Aura, guys. AURA. All of a sudden, some volume came in. Yeah, some volume came into Aura. My problem with Aura, AURA, is that when you look left, it's ugly looking. Lots of areas where it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall here, but all right, guys, 11:50. So Jamie will be here in about 10 minutes. Sometimes he shows up a little bit earlier. So what I'm going to do now is I'll put the YouTube link in. If you want to head over and listen to Jamie, he'll be there for an hour between 12 and 1. Question in our YouTube room: what scanner showed Aura? Right here, the momentum scanner that I have on my homepage. Okay. It's showing lot right now. But there it was, Aura, excuse me, Aura right here. Here's lot right now. Actually, lot looks interesting. Ooh, lot looks really interesting. 1584 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. How much volume is there? It's actually an earnings play too. This is an earnings play. Didn't see it in the pre-market. Really did. You know why? It's because it didn't trade in the pre-market. So lot though, maybe if it takes out 12, not a lot of volume and 380, it's a China stock. Lotus Technology. It's a China stock, 384,000 shares. I mean, that is 8.4 times normal. It's not a lot of volume. But I will put an alert just over 12 to see if it takes it out later because it does have the room. 15, I mean, this high right here is 1580. Again, not saying it'll get there, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. See if anything. I've seen this IKNA all day. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, very choppy, up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. So for me, it'd be very difficult to trade. ANF. Now, this is an earnings play. ANF is an earning. Wow, what a great earnings play. I know you guys were talking about it early. Boy, talk about a retailer that's done extremely well. This is a lifetime high. ANF. Wow. Does AI strategy have its own exit criteria? Noticing lately many alerts enter and exit at the same price. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to the individual scans. I mean, I know there was probably a bit of a bug in one yesterday in which the stop was the same was the same as the entry. I don't know if you're talking about that, but I'm looking at it today. You know, I mean, these are. I wouldn't. Ooh, just give me a moment, guys. Have I missed it? I mean, their exit reasons are, you know, a profit save. I mean, sometimes. So look at the ASTS. Okay, as an example, the entry was 695. Yeah. So what you're seeing here, I mean, this is not any way a person would trade, right? Because if you took this trade at 695, it got up to 750 and then it pulled back to the 695. And that's where it said, okay, well, I guess I better get out. A normal trader would get out up here, okay, at least some. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I wouldn't even look at the unless it gets stopped out. I wouldn't look at these exit prices at all, to be honest. You know, you have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the entry. Chewy is the same thing. 20. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, a normal trader would never let that happen. You know, 2026, and it got up to 2016. Well, okay. This did not move that much above. It must have looked, some algo kicked in and said, oh, maybe it's not right. I just wouldn't pay that much attention to the exit prices. You know, pay attention to the stop, but I would not pay that much attention to the exit prices. This is as if an algo was trading it. I wish we just get rid of it. Because again, the ASTS is a great example. No way in the world, if you're truly a trader, would you get into this one at 695, watch it go up to 750, and then get out at the exit price. Okay. You know, it's sort of a man and machine. The machine will alert you to the opportunity, but then, you know, the best way to use the AI is to have some trading, you know, some trading background, some idea about what, you know, I mean, because again, you just would not let that happen. At least you shouldn't. Speaking about ASTS, wow. Verizon partnership with Space to Cellular Service. $100 million to a partnership. All right, guys, 11:57. I better get my announcement in. Jamie is going to show up anytime now, so I'm going to get my announcement in. Jamie may have a better answer for you on that, but I just don't care about the when they talk about, you know, a profit, even profit targets. Okay, I heard a little pop. I think Jamie is there. Just give me a moment, Jamie. So, guys, Jamie is in our room right now, okay, in the YouTube right now. So, on a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. I will mute myself now in the main room. And now I can introduce Jamie to everybody in YouTube. Good morning, Jamie.
Good morning, Barry, and hello, everyone.
And tell me what you've done. Did you
Well,
partake in Lucy?
I heard you talking about my scalping activities earlier, and
Yes.
I recently retooled. Every once in a while, you have to give your layout an overhaul on your trading
Yep.
platform, and I like it. This is the second or third day I've been on it, but something happened with my share size default, and long story short, this morning I was in a sizable position of a certain stock and got the move that I wanted, and I went to cover, right? And I thought I had my share size on 500 share blocks, right, to cover a 15,000 share position.
Right.
But after about 5 clicks, I'm like, how am how did I go from short 15,000 to long 11,000 after only
Oh,
3 or 4 clicks?
right. Right.
Well, somehow an extra digit got into my default 500. I don't know how, but what could have been a really good morning turned into a mediocre morning. And that's just the way it goes
Okay.
sometimes.
Now,
User
mediocre though, that
user user error.
user error.
Got
But
me.
mediocre does not mean big loss. That just means not making as much as you could have.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well,
And
there's
it
a
hurts
silver
the
lining
it
there.
it hurts the ego, but
Yeah.
oh well, it would
Now,
have
were
been
you using your Brokerage Plus, or were you using your broker platform
oh
doing
no,
all
this
this?
was just my brokerage
Okay.
platform.
Okay. So it
Because
wasn't a Brokerage Plus
we
error. It was just
no 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 no. Nope, just
okay.
the good old fashioned human Jamie error.
Well, Jamie, but you bring up a great point there because no matter how experienced you are, and you're experienced, and I consider myself an experienced trader, you still have to pay a lot of attention when you're trading. And you can make mistakes like that. That could have turned into more of a disaster.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So,
It's amazing.
it just there was a couple of other settings that I needed to adjust, and I just got lazy. I'm like, oh, I'll just do it manually. Well,
Hmm.
you do it quickly and manually, you better double check, and I'm usually pretty good about that. But oh well,
Yeah.
mistakes were made, and it could have been a lot worse. So, you know, onward through the fog.
Oh, we're through the fog. All right. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'll show up in about an hour from now, so I'll let you take over completely. And I say we'll see you about 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Very good, sir. Enjoy your time. I'll see you when you
I
get back.
will. Okay.
Bye. 1 second here, ladies and gents. Ah, I'm glad you pointed that out, David. Did not realize the old mute button was pushed somehow. So, in case I was muted when I just said everything I said, which I do think I was, um, This is the hour that we allocate for the life support session. If you have any questions about trade ideas, or if you'd like me to take a look at any charts, just let me know. Thank you, David. I was just commenting on the general action of the market here. Little downside action. Here we are looking at the weekly, but this looks like we're settling into the range up here. Little downside action, a little chop. Of course, we had some economic data 30 minutes into the open. And then we got the Fed boys up there flapping their gums, which I was just making the comment that it's like we have to have Fed pep rallies every week, no interest rate change, nothing like that, like the previous paradigm. They just like to get up there and him and haw about general things. Hey, Michael, I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing all right too. Monday was an off day. Call me crazy. Yesterday was good. Today, because of my snafu, could have been a lot better. So the week's been good so far. Today was a little disappointing due to my user error. And as Barry said, no matter how long you've been trading, you get careless, you will make some errors from time to time. But fortunately, that's the anomaly and not the norm. Usually pretty proficient with order entry and exiting a position, but today, well, I feel like I dodged a bullet, right? Could have been a lot worse. Could have been in, a lot more than I was. So, I'll take it in stride and see what transpires later today. And, the week's going to be over before we know it. Could you help me with the language of the Boolean expressions in the formula editor? Michael, I would love to help you with that, but I'm not the guy for that. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't know. Um, our resident expert on someone that could answer that question would probably be Michael Noss. I use custom formulas, but I usually don't create them. I get someone else to create them for me. So like I said, not that I don't want to help you with that, but I'm just really no good at it. That is correct, 7-7. A little bit of a messy day. But as I was telling Barry, could have been a really good morning, turned into a mediocre morning, so I'll take it. It's like going out there and shooting a horrendous golf game. You just got to suck it up and move on. Hey, what's up, Technical Handle? Can you show a live demo of the Holly AI works with signals? To purchase the AI subscription? Sure. Let me find my AI window, and we will go over what's transpired so far today. Okay. So a little bit's changed. Early in the day, it was up on a lot of positions and in most of the profit modes that we see here. So let's see. Okay, technical. So this is if you note the little title up here, this is the strategy trades window, right? And this is like watching, just pretend you're watching another trader's blotter, right? On the open, the blotter is empty, right? And the AI will typically start up about 10 minutes into the open. So notice the first trade that was generated here, the trade signal. Let me just expand these columns out. Somehow they got all squished up here. All right. Got to make some room here. There we go. Well, sorry guys, I had to change my resolution and it always gets a little, have to redo things here. Okay. Okay, So over here, we can see the exact time that the trade signal was generated. So OZK was the first one today. And you'll notice when we click on the symbol here for that short in OZK, it's going to populate the chart and have the arrow on the exact candle where the short signal was generated. And you can see the price that the stock was at when the AI said, you know what, I'm going to take a piece of this short, entry price of 40.86. And then we did have a nice little dip down to a lower extreme of about 38.40 there. Now, what you're seeing right here is the change since entry. Even with OZK at this level right here, it's still up a buck and 43, 1.43 points. Now, we displayed these different profit modes, right? Conservative, moderate, and aggressive. So let's just go backwards here. Aggressive is just simply showing you what the stock is up or down on the position if if you just hold it, right? It's not the mode that most people need to be operating at, right? Because we always have to have, risk parameters in place, taking profits, all that good stuff, not letting things move against us. Now, in moderate mode, the AI uses a stop loss, but unless the stop loss gets hit, it stays in the position, right? Now, conservative mode, and you can see over here, it's showing it's down slightly. And of course, notice the share amounts here. I've got my AI panel set for 300 shares, right? So it's doing 300 shares of each one. Now, the thing about conservative profit is, let's see, where's our conservative exit signal here? Give me 1 second here. Find that column. Exit reason. And that is annoying. Hold on. There we go. Okay, notice the exit reason right here. This is only applicable to conservative mode, right? So a total of 5 reasons why the AI would exit a position in conservative mode. You have a stop loss get hit, a profit target gets hit, or the timed hold expires, in which it closes the position out. So those are the 3 primary reasons: stop loss, profit target, or timed hold. And then it's got 2 audibles in addition that it can exercise. All right. So you can see right here, YY got stopped out. But for example, on the ASTS, it exercised its profit save option. Now there's another one that's not present here called reduce risk. So look at the reduce risk and profit save more. It's a form of like a trailing stop. The longer the position is open and it's not moving in the direction, the AI can close it out and profit save. And sometimes that's a good exit and it backs off. And then sometimes, it continues to go, which is the difference between what you're seeing right here and say moderate profit, right? So once again, to recap, in conservative mode, 5 reasons why the AI can exit that trade. Profit target got hit, stop loss was hit, timed hold was hit. And then it has the 2 audibles that it can call if the momentum slows down, and either reduce the risk before it gets stopped out, which we don't have an example of that here today, or go ahead and take the profits. Now, having said that, notice the segment box right here, Holly Neo, okay? What does that mean? Well, that's the strategy that spawned all of these trades right here. So Neo has spawned all the trades today. And let's see, I'm not doing any filtering, right? So we're seeing all the trades. And Holly Grail made an appearance and has issued 1 trade. Now, what I'm going to show you next is the strategies panel, because these are all the trades that have been issued. They come out in real time. Of course, we haven't had one since around about the first hour. I'm in the central time zone, so the market opens at 8:30, and the AI does not get active typically until about 10 minutes in. So now what we're going to do is look at the strategy panel. Okay, so this is the AI strategy panel. Just push this over here for now. And these are all the strategies that the AI brought to the session today. There we can see, let's see, well, where is, oops, you got to forgive me for a moment. I was talking about Holly Neo, right? But here are the strategy names, right? So breakdown short. So breakdown short and breakdown long. I was looking at this and going, yeah, I don't really. That's just my brain looking at the wrong segment there. So now we can see the strategy that is issuing the trades, right? Breakdown short, breakout long, and downward momentum are the only ones that have fired today. And we can see those strategies here. So 1 from downward momentum, 3 from breakdown short, and 3 from breakout long for a total of 7. Now you can see pullback long and pullback short made the cut today, but they have not spawned any trades. So just because a strategy shows up does not necessarily mean it's going to spawn a trade because the filter sets are very in depth. So those filters all have to be met in the all or none capacity. And then the specific catalyst or alert for that strategy has to fire too. And then that's when we get a signal from the AI popping up in the strategy trades window. So over here, we can see what expectations were coming into the session, and we can see how that strategy has performed today. Now, obviously, downward momentum only had one trade. That's why it's showing, hey, it's winning 100% today. Whereas breakdown short has spawned 3 trades and only had 2 winners. So it's only operating at 33% efficiency when expectations were 80, right? And then lastly, um, 3 trades out of breakout long and, moderate and aggressive working, but if you're in conservative, it's batting 0 today. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strategies made the cut. Now, what's going on behind the scenes is, the AI maintains a strategy bank of, it's always changing a little bit. Let's just say it's typically right around 35 or 40 core strategies that the AI will analyze and optimize every night. After the market closes, we filter in all the tick data for, all the stocks for today, kick the last day out of the 65-day history, and then the AI goes to work, and it takes it pretty much all night, analyzing the strategies, trying to optimize them, and then it's only the ones that meet the minimum criteria on our proprietary scoring system that make the cut for the next session. So only 5 strategies made it today. Maybe we'll have 5 tomorrow. Who knows? We might have 10. It just depends on what the statistical analysis reveals after the AI is done with all of its number crunching. So let's see, who is asking that? Yeah, technical handle. The best way that we always recommend, users how to use the AI is to treat it just like any other high quality information stream, right? And we can apply that term to any, alert window, top list, any window that gives you value and complements your style and helps you find decent trades, right? We could just call that high quality information stream. So what we never recommend is just blindly jumping into the AI trades as they come out. You have to look at it from another perspective. Well, okay, we know that the AI has statistical viability on its side. That's what makes it unique. That's what gives it, what makes it a high quality information stream. But whenever I see a signal come out, I don't just jump in. I still do the same old things that everybody else does. I look at the chart. Am I chasing it? Am I getting it at the right time? Because, timing is everything. And the better your entry, the better chance you have of staying in the stock. In other words, if, let's just pull up another example here. Let's look at the short and OZK again. So when the AI made this call, if I tended to it promptly and if the entry was 4086, but by the time I pulled it up, it had moved down to say 4070, 4060. I mean, the further it gets away from that entry point, the more chasey I feel that it is, right? So ideally, when the AI called it, if I pulled it up and I can still get maybe even 80 or 79, that's good. The timing is right, right? I don't feel like I'm chasing it. And of course, it would have been a rewarding trade here to the short side. But let's say I wasn't paying attention, I didn't see it for 30 minutes later because I was making keystroke errors or something like that, and it's already down here to 39.97. Well, nice trade, but I'm not going to take it, when it's already moved 80 some odd cents away from the entry price. So once again, it's man working with the machine is the most powerful combination. Um, but the good part about that is if you like what's going on the chart and you find the risk to be acceptable, then you also have that added kick of statistical viability on your side. And while that does not guarantee anything, it's certainly a nice statistic to have on your side, in addition to number one, looks like a nice chart pattern, looks conducive, risk is in place. Maybe there's additional benefits like the volume is really kicking, and then the cherry on top would be statistical probability is on your side. Okay, Handle. So that's kind of the synopsis of how the AI works. We got the individual trade panel, we've got the strategies panel, uh, explain to you how the AI comes to each and every session with its strategy complement. So let me know if there's any specific details. Um, oh, I see your second comment there. Are there any specific alerting tools with the AI? Well, pretty much this is the alerting tool right here. And so that I don't miss it, what I also like to do is attach an audible alert to it, right? So to do that, we right click here and we come down here to actions. And you can see it's already checked. But then we check the play sound box. You can see I've got mine set up to text to speech. So even if I don't have eyes on the strategy trades panel, when a symbol comes out, I hear the symbol in the nice lady voice, OZK, ASTS, YY. So it makes it kind of hard to miss the signal when you're using the audible alert, which is down here after you right click in actions. So I hope you find that useful, technical. In the meantime, we're just kind of chopping along here. Volume's a little bit lackluster. Let's just take a look at the daily here. And the orange line here is the 10 period. You can see it was keeping us propped up here for a while, but the gap down got us today. And we're still, hey, still a bear market, right? I mean, a bull market. Just drop another line here. We're just kind of trying to find the new home for now. And it looks like this is the new home. I'd be shocked and amazed if we did power through here. I mean, we got a little bleedy back here on the 23rd. Reclaim the 10. Very strong close right there as we wicked below it and then reclaimed it. But then, hello, Mr. Gap came around. All right, technical. Cool, cool. What's going on, Mark? Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up, Mark, because the guide is a very handy resource that a lot of people either don't know about or forget about. So in case anybody's wondering, I just pulled up our website here. Easiest way to get to it is just scroll all the way to the bottom and click on this user guide. And literally anything you want to know about. Okay. Once we click here, we can click on these individual topics, right? Or we can simply say full table of contents. We can type whatever we want in here. You know, let's say I want to learn about Holly AI, and then it'll sort it all accordingly. You'll have a nice tree uh, over here that you can access as well. But yes, show the AI trades in the chart. We typically have a plethora of videos for each functionality that you're looking at. Or like I said, do you want to learn about alert windows? We can just go right to these pre-programmed icons and teach you everything you need to know about any window. And once again, that is just at the bottom of our website and just clicking on the user guide. I like the new wolf icon. All right, Mark, you were looking at BNAI, jumped in at 206 and jumped back out at 295. Well, that's a heck of a trade right there. 89 cents on a $2 stock. Yes, I would say that was the right guy. Let's take a look at that chart real quick. $206. Okay, so here we are looking at the 15-minute candles. Looks like she opened up at 208. So, 206 right around this little area right here. What I really like about that is the VWAP, right? The black line. Let's just shrink. Let's just look at 5-minute candles just to have a little bit more to look at here. But yeah, not bad at all. Right around that 206 level. Got a nice pop. Had to sit a little bit of a wiggle. Of course, they do that sometimes, but never strayed too far away from its VWAP. Notice it's the 10 period in the orange and the VWAP right here. But yeah, you got most of that one, so nice job. And it looks like this thing was doing crazy volume early, but has since kind of went to sleep. Check out this relative volume number right here, 1800. And that's not the year. But one is normal relative volume, so this thing's kicked out 1800. Now, is the volume still in it? We know the volume was in it back here for obvious reasons, but since this isn't my default, I'm lacking 5-minute volume. And this is one of my favorite metrics to see if the volume is still cranking, right? So we'll just add 5-minute volume as a column or a metric here. And we might have to shrink that font size down a little bit. Okay. All right. So notice this value down here, 28,386.7. Okay. So 5-minute volume is a percentage filter. So a value of 100 would mean normal 5-minute volume. So divide 30,607 by 100, you still get this insane multiple, right? So the volume is still kicking, even though it's not at these levels right here, this thing's still doing massive volume. Crazy. Hey, what's going on? I hate weeks. Just a question, but are there any plans for TI to move into the futures space? Well, I'd love to say yes, but as far as I know, I mean, we've talked about it, many times. I don't think there's any active plan to implement a futures feed at this point in time. Um, but I can't say it's not a possibility in the future. No pun intended. Oh yeah, Mark. So you got that stock BNAI from the gap up list. Yep. And that is one of our, two of our most popular windows. And let me just get a container up here to show you. Is if we go to the pre-market, two of our most popular top list windows are the up gappers, right? There's the BNAI right there, just a meager 61.4% gap up, right? And of course, we have the gap downs as well. You know, why do traders love to see things gapping up and gapping down? Because typically that means the stock is going to be active on the day, right? Sometimes they are. BNAI, classic case, gap up and run up. Of course, sometimes the opposite happens. Sometimes they gap up and they try to close the gap. Sometimes they gap down. Let's see. Pre-market. There we go. Sometimes, we closed here yesterday, we gap down, and sometimes they rebound, try to close the gap. So, there is no rhyme or reason or magic formula. Hey, is a stock that gap down, is it going to recover the gap or is it going to go down further? Just like a stock that gaps up, is it going to give the gap back or is it going to continue up? But the bottom line is the reason traders in general like to watch gaps is because that stock is typically going to be quote unquote active on the day. You're welcome, Weeks. So by the way, anytime you spawn, a new containerized channel bar, and say you're doing some exploring or whatever, and you're like, okay, well, thank you very much, pre-market, but I just want this gap up window. I want to incorporate it into my layout. Just keep in mind, you can always pop these windows out of their container by right-clicking and saying, duplicate into a free-floating window. And then you can kill the container and plug this guy in anywhere you want, whether it's into another container or, if you're like me and prefer most of your windows to be free floating, you could just position it accordingly and then save it. But it's real easy to move a window into an existing container. So for example, Explosive Winners is the name of my current container. I can always just right click and say duplicate into Explosive Winners. Now it put it in down here, and then I can grab this and then I can position it accordingly. Do I want it to be over here, right? Or would I like it to share the top region, right? And do it like that. Or I could move it somewhere completely different, right? I could move it over here if I wanted to. So a lot of cool and different ways to manage your windows, whether it be in a container or free floating. All right, questions panel's blank for now, so let's explore. Oh yeah, talk about a super stock this morning, Chewy. And look at my title here, Dawn of the Dead, right? This is a top list. Of course, any tree map or stock race is actually being powered by the underlying top list. So if we take a look at this list, this is a top list that Mr. Andy Limov created, man, probably 5-6 years ago. Dawn of the Dead. Of course, this was before we had stock races or tree maps or any of that good stuff. But I'm just going to put it back on tree map for now. And what does Dawn of the Dead mean? Well, if we squinch up the daily here, it's a stock that pretty much looks like this. Used to be, at healthy levels, but has since gotten sold off to extreme lower values. Let's just look at weekly so we get a little bit more color. So, hey, way back in March of 2021, hey, Chewy was up here around $1.20, $120. Now it resides at roughly $20. So this is your classic Dawn of the Dead. was up here, just got demolished, wandering around like a zombie for weeks down here in the 16-ish, 15-ish level. So it's a beat up stock, dog with fleas. But then guess what? Something good happens and it comes to life. And, it was up 30% in one session. Of course, that includes the gap as well, but still making a very nice move up even after the gap, right? But, closing yesterday around 17 bucks, now residing back up at 22. And that's what this window is designed to do, is find these stocks that have been beaten down for a very long time and then show you when they're coming back to life. So Chewy, definitely a supreme example of a Dawn of the Dead. You know, same pattern here, IKNA Oncology, enjoying a nice 20% move from the close yesterday. Of course, this one didn't have as much juice above the gap or above the top of the pre-market as Chewy did. And then sometimes they barely gap, right? This ORGN, beautiful, beautiful right here. Gave us plenty of time, tiny, tiny little pre-market range, flops below, but then look at this beautiful consolidation area, right? So this one, plenty of time to set up. And if we just mark off these opening highs right here, once this pattern starts to form, we could call this consolidation. That's also probably going to be a 5-minute or a 2-minute NR7, showing us things that are getting tight ranges all of a sudden. The reason these setups are so beneficial is the previous high, once it gets broken, then a lot of times these things tend to get up and boogie. Now, what's the float on this one? Okay, not exactly a small float, 123 million. But notice once it cracks this $5 level, man, all the way up to a buck 25. So 20 cents. That's a great percentage move for a stock that you could have picked up a little over a buck. We'll just call it a buck 05, buck 06, right? And the beautiful thing about it is it expended so little energy from this consolidation point before it cracked that the risk was extremely low. Since we're looking at 5-minute candles here, if me or anybody else was fortunate enough to see this thing popping a new high and get it in a timely fashion without, even if you chased it up to a buck 7, still a really good entry considering what the thing did. But the risk here is extremely low as well. And let me explain that, because if this is the entry candle, then typically what I look for, let's say it picks them up at a buck 06, not including the entry candle, I look at the low of the prior 15 minutes. 5, 10, 15. So the low of that candle was a buck 03, right? So that would have been my risk level right there. Risking basically 3 cents. Always put them about a penny outside of the actual value. So you would have risked 4 cents to make almost 20. That's a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And this is a perfect example of an opening range break that just happened to be on your radar because of Dawn of the Dead. One of my favorite top lists there, Dawn of the Dead. And you are correct. Chewbacca, his nickname is Chewie. It's funny. I saw some random Star Wars tidbit, factoid, whatever you want to call it. In the second one, when they were filming on that the Moon Forest, that was actually in California, and when the Chewbacca actor was in his costume, they had to tell everybody, do not wander away because there's hunters out here and they might think you're Bigfoot and shoot you. I just thought that was kind of entertaining. Totally random. Okay, back to trading now. Hello, Ashish. Well, where is it? You know what? I don't know if it resides in any channels, but I'll be happy to. I'm going to pop it out here and I'm going to drop it into the chat in YouTube. And that way you can load that guy up. Okay, so first I have to make it free floating, and we'll save that cloud link for you. And I'll drop this in the YouTube chat. And here's the cloud link. So you can just grab that cloud link and load it up, and you'll have the Dawn of the Dead. Now, once again, Ashish, you have to go to the YouTube to be able to grab that link, I think. Okay. Oregon was good. IKNA, not so good. But yes, just a beautiful setup on the Oregon there. I'm guessing some of these other ones that are smaller just didn't do so well. Not bad here on the CYH, but just not a whole lot of setup there. Nothing really would have spawned me to purchase that one. It's still a nice move. Of course, relative strength can also show some good winners. The Lucy's not bad here. I mean, clearly the buyers were in control. Another nice little setup here. After it went sideways for a little bit. VWAP is the black line, 10 period is the orange line. And when I see things really nestling up against both of those, then, my confidence goes up a little bit there. So, even though this is a 75-cent stock when it came out, still ran up to, a buck 30-ish, right? That's a big move when your entry was around 74, 75 cents. Once again, the risk was very much in place. Entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. We'll just drop it right about there. So once again, your risk level much smaller than your complete reward level up here. And that's what we look for, risk to reward ratio. Perfect, Ashish. Okay, Jay, what do I think about SHOT above $1? Well, it's currently above, right? Looks like it's, I mean, look at the weekly over here. Well, let's get a little bit. I'm just trying to look and see where it might want to put the brakes on. I'm sure at first eyes were on this level here, but now we're down here to lows, basically October 2023. Let's go back to weekly here, see if we can see anything else. That's about as squished up. Let's just go even further. Take a look at the monthly. Yeah, so obviously the stock's only been trading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe, is this the alcohol mitigation drink? Yeah, some kind of supplement company. Well, for all those people who are long, I sure hope it stays above a buck, but I mean, that's definitely going to be the area of interest. Let's see, what was the low here? $1.04, $1.24. Well, all eyes. So low was a buck 4. What's our low been today or this month? 108. So it's going to be very interesting to see if it defends that $1 level. You know, stocks tend to get a little crazy once they breach that $1 level. Now, will the $1 level act as support, or is it going to cave in? I mean, we've all got front row seats, so it's just going to take a little bit of time to see how it reacts when and if it does get down to that whole number. Yeah, and what's the float on this guy? 44 million. No market cap at 55 million. So she's trying, but a long way from 750. Let's check in on the Donald. Still residing at 50 and change. Always just like to check in on the meme stocks to see, what the action's been today. Man, that's some crazy fluctuations on the old GMEA. And of course, the mighty ruler of the markets, NVIDIA. Okay. Either my fingers are too fast or my window's too slow. I mean, look at that monster. Not too bad. And showing no signs of really putting the dampers on. Who'd have thunk it? From graphics cards to powering the world in AI. All right. Looks like questions panel is once again lonely. And here's another interesting window I like to keep tabs on. The old short squeeze, right? Showing us stocks that are conducive, probably, not always similar to the pattern of Dawn of the Dead, but sometimes. But these are the ones that have the high short float, right? Like ASTS. We can see up here, 27% short. Okay, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Pardon me while I grab that window. And we'll just incorporate it over here. So we don't have to keep going back and forth. Okay, ASTS, short float 27%. LIDAR, LIDR, short float 22.97%. And for those of you who might not be familiar with why this is an interesting metric, when we start getting short floats 20, 30, 40, 50%, and sometimes even a lot higher, is that they're heavily shorted. So whenever you do get an upward spike, let's say you're a hedge fund, you're nice and profitable in a short position, but you think it's all pretty much the downside is done, we have to buy those shares back to lock your profit in. At the same time, people are going long in that stock just for a good upward move. So you have people going long, and then you have short covering on top of that, and that can create some pretty explosive volume on a day. So when you do find one of these guys and it actually experiences a short squeeze, as we call it, you have regular buying, and then you have the added fuel on the fire of the volume for the short covering. You can get some really explosive moves. So once again, that's why, traders in general like to focus on stocks with extremely high short floats. You could describe that also as a squeeze, Stephen. So you can apply that term to what you just described there. A squeeze up, maybe out of a wedge on a chart pattern, or a short squeeze, right? two different two different events, but squeeze is still applicable to either situation. And a lot of times you'll have them all at the same time. Hey, this thing's squeezing out of a wedge on the chart. It's also be having a short squeeze, right? So it can be one or the other or both. Hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, let's just check in on some random bank stocks. DB getting a nice little gap down and overnight spanking. Barclays following suit as well. Of course, that's a European bank. Let's take a look at old, yeah, Bank of America getting the nice gap down on the pre-market action as well. Oh, and AAL was really getting punished today. And, I'm like Barry. I typically don't jump in until, if I do trade the first 15 minutes, it's going to be very small share sizes. It's more of an exploratory, let me get the feel of what this thing's doing. Um, but when you see a nice tight pre-market range like this, these are some of my favorite trades to do on the open, right? Because you have a nice defined region here so that if you do want to place a bet, say in this case, the bottom of that range. So it's always a good idea just to mark off, the high and the low. You've got a defined range there in the pre-market. Could have done one of two things. It could have went up here and broke up and went up, but that's not what happened today. This is still pre-market candle. This one right here, if the pre-market low is, call it 1214, that candle opened at 1217. It's opened 3 cents above there. As soon as that thing went through, I mean, look what it did. I mean, straight down to 1157 from 1215. Now, the reason I like these nice tight ranges is because you know what your risk is, right? If you want to try to squeeze off a short in AAL right on the open, hoping that once this level right here is cracked, it never looked back, and that's what happened with AAL today. But you know what your downside is, right? Up here we got 1251. We got an entry down here about 1214. So your risk was approximately 35 cents, right? If it would have turned and burned against you, that's your exit right there. Or depending on your, your aptitude, maybe you use the lower end of that range for even more of a riskless trade, right? But, a range is a range. It doesn't matter if it's a tight pre-market range or a tight, you know, uh, range like we saw. Not that one. Oh yeah, Oregon. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you're seeing this pattern in the regular session or in the pre-market session, right? It's the same pattern, right? And when it breaks one of those levels, a lot of the times you get that really sweet push down or up sometimes. That is true, Stephen. Losing altitude. Do you have a way to scan for a contraction? Now, when you say contraction, Stephen, are you talking about a consolidation? Contracting range, so to speak, which is also a consolidation. Just like if you're referring to contraction or consolidation as contraction, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to scan for those, right? If I right click in this alert window and I just go to search, I want to say we have yeah, we've got a range contraction filter that'll show you the range getting smaller over a number of days, right? But that's only for days. we also have a consolidation alert, right? So by its nature, it's going to show you stocks that are consolidating. And we're always going to have, some settings that we can fiddle with. And in the case of the consolidation alert, you can see over here, values of 2 to 10 will be shown. 10 is the highest quality. So if you're watching this alert and you have this set to 10, you're going to find a lot of things that are just flat lines. Now, sometimes they're buyouts, sometimes they're worth trading, sometimes they're not, right? So consolidation, contraction, which is just another form of contraction on the intraday. That's another good way to find these things. And then some of my favorite ways to find really small, they're contracting or they're going sideways, but only for a little bit of time, right? And as you can see, I've got the NR7. NR stands for narrow range, right? So everything from the 1 minute to the 30-minute here can help you find things that are contracting or consolidating on the smaller time frames. And of course, we do have the Bollinger Bands as well. And here are all the filters that we have for the Bollinger Bands. And with these filters, you can just say, okay, if I put a 1 over here, the price is at least 1% of the way above the low of the Bollinger Band. Or there's lots of different ways you can, program this between 1 and 2%, or maybe you're looking for something completely different, right? No more than 2% of the way above, no more than 1% of the way below, or the price is at the Bollinger Band. So lots of different ways to kind of ask the same question there. But between the consolidation alerts, range contraction of days, NR7 alerts, and the Bollinger Band filters, you should be able to get what you need. And I'm pretty certain we still don't have any Keltner stuff. Yeah, pretty much knew that. Just wanted to check in case they snuck it in. So you can use those Bollinger Band filters for your alert windows, top list, and things of that nature. And I do believe we also have Bollinger Bands that you can apply to your chart area as well. Let's make them show up in a different color for now. How about a nice blue? And there are your Bollingers. All right, ladies and gents, 1 second while I get a little drink of water here. Speaking of AAL losing altitude, what was that? Is that Spirit Airlines? Yeah, save. Some kind of buyout shenanigan fell apart not too long ago. But definitely not the airline of choice. Of course, with Boeing airplanes falling out of the sky left and right, I'm not too jazzed up to get on any airlines these days, to tell you the truth. If it's not across the country, I think I'll drive for now. Thank you. All right, little time check. Ooh, wow.
Now, a little bit of hyperbole there, perhaps.
Yeah.
Airlines or planes falling out of the sky left and right.
Well,
A little bit of
a little
hyperbole.
bit of, comedy in there,
Yes.
but we have seen an inordinate amount of
True
aircraft
enough.
failures
Mhm.
compared to the normal average that you see, right?
And it's true, because I know that there is a lot of people now will say, well, like who did you ever ask in the past, well, what plane am I flying? Am I flying? Am I flying? Have you ever asked that before?
Not until the what's that Boeing whatever, the
Yeah,
one
exactly.
now
Well,
now on Kayak, you can even go, "I want you to filter that plane out. Don't give me any
right.
flights on that." Yeah,
Yeah,
mhm,
why not?
yeah.
But seriously, I mean, you're right. I mean, 2 year. Well, okay, with the seven, what was it? What was the? I can't remember what Air
It was
Max
like
or
the
the.
MAX,
Yeah,
737 MAX. Yeah.
yeah. So I think that kind of started it. But now, yeah, I mean, with
The Boeing
the doors
whistleblowers.
popping off.
Yeah, and the inside footage of, they couldn't get some piece of aluminum to seat it right, so the guy just gets on it and starts jumping up and down on it.
Mhm. No kidding. And now we've
Oh,
got turbulence to worry about. I mean, my goodness, turbulence is now the next thing. I'm sure you saw that headline. Was it Singapore Airlines or one of the airlines? Heavy duty turbulence and a passenger
oh,
was
yeah, yeah, and all
killed.
those
And
poor people, like, flew out of their seats
yeah,
and hit
exactly.
their heads on the ceiling, and one plane dove, like, 10,000 feet from cruising out.
Never
Yeah,
used
it's
to hear
just
about stuff like that. Now that's a good reason to always have your seatbelt on, of course, but
that is true, that is true.
which I always do. I always do. Jamie, my friend, what time is it now? 12:59. I'm in this tan H. I don't
Yeah,
usually do these ones, but I'm in this tan H right now. Not treating me great. TANH.
yeah,
Don't
this
usually
one.
do these ones, these super cheap ones, but
Mhm.
I'm in at 104 and just waiting to see if it can at least hold one. If it gets down below one, I'm out.
Yeah, it looks like the VWAP's trying to, well, that's actually below a dollar, but,
Hmm.
yeah, that was
So,
actually cranking some volume today.
oh yeah, I mean, look at the volume that came in at 12:30.
Oh, yeah, and that's a Chinese stock. I think, oh, yeah, Momo is a Chinese stock, isn't it? Yeah, this is
Hmm.
one that this one was really fun to trade yesterday during this down move here.
Well, yeah, William in our room, he said, because I think Momo was in the pre-market. I believe it was an earnings play or it had some news. And
Mhm.
he just flat out said, you know what? I think Momo is going down all day. And man, did it ever.
He was right. Yep. Mhm.
He was right. Yes,
Mhm.
sir. All right. I got to get out of this. It's 98.9986. Give it another 0.37. Oh, popped over a dollar.
Get that price improvement now. Um,
Exactly.
all right, Barry, I will let you get back to it, sir.
Okay. Thanks a
And
lot, Jamie.
we will see all of you next time. Thanks for listening to me talk. See you next time.
All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms right now. And I was telling Jamie, I'm in this tan H. I'm not loving it. The tan H, I'm in at 104 and a half, actually. I was all set to get out when it was taking out 101, but I've decided I'll hold on for it for a bit. If it gets down to 98 cents, I'm definitely gone. And that is the tan H. Don't often trade these really cheap ones. No, come on back. Yes. Yes. Get me a flat anyway. I just want to have a good feel for these really, really cheap ones. That is on shorting, Don. Shorting, under $5. I don't have a problem, I don't have a problem trading the under $2 ones, but, but when they come from well under a dollar, I think that's my issue, when they come from well under a dollar, which is why I didn't take a look at Lucy in a harder way. So the, notes auction came in, and anything happened? A little bit of a down bar there, but so guys, yeah, I did get back into the NNE and I'm out of it. I said I wanted to take a look at it if I got over the not the NEE, but the NNE. I got over the 650 mark again, and it did, got up to almost 7. I may take a look at it later on if it takes out that high. Again, this is a recent IPO making all-time highs now. So I will stick an alert now at that high. And meanwhile, I'll just keep an eye on the 10H, see if it's just a couple pennies below my buy. So, and yeah, you know what? The SOPH looked like it was really trying to come back. SOPH, it still might, guys. I mean, I still have my alert set up in this area, right up here. Yes, right up in this area. What did it get up to? Got up to 579. All right, I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of the 10H. A little loss on it. I may look at it later on if it gets maybe to 110 or something, clearing that one in a bigger way. It's funny because they had a notice yesterday that they're a delisting notice from from Nasdaq. Actually, it wasn't yesterday. It was on the 20. What are we now? The 29th. So a week ago, announced it received the notice of non-compliance from Nasdaq. So one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. William, you got to stop phoning me. The info defender. They're was I had about 10 calls from them yesterday. Wow. Well, I'm certainly glad I got out of the 10H, guys. Very, very glad I got out of the 10H. Look at it now. It is. Wow. It is a Panasonic. Probably about, I don't know, 15 years old. Maybe not 15, but really, really old. As long as it's less than $1,000, William. So, okay, I'm in. So I'm getting interested again in the sorry, the NNE guys. All right, guys. Well, let's see. Okay, so William will keep the info defender. That's your new nickname. The info defender will keep the room open till about 4 o'clock today. Oh, what a well. That's why you have a stop, guys. I mean, I could have got really stubborn on this 10H. Okay, because you've got to take a few shares in something like this to make some money. So that would have been a lot worse had I not just got out just under a dollar. Yeah, Dak, that CTNT is a tough one. I keep thinking that I want to take it at some point, just because of, the potential move it's got in it. I think I still have a price alert. Yeah, I have a price alert at 130. Believe it or not, at 130. I don't mind giving up 30 cents in case it gets up there and then really starts to run. Remember these days back here when it got up to 14. But what you don't see is pre after hours on this day. After hours on this day, I think it got up to $45. So either after hours or the or pre-market. Can't remember. Pre-market the next day. I think he was just kidding, Isaiah. I was just kidding. He doesn't. So meanwhile, guys, yeah. So Nas is, I mean, it is trying to recover a little bit. The Dow, though, is still getting two hits in a row, two down days in a row, pretty big. This, of course, is the SPY, not the not the Dow, but Dow. A couple of days in a row now, the so-called value stocks getting hit versus the growth stocks. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones. BNAD, haven't seen. I know Barnes and Noble was very. Is it under a dollar still? Yeah, it's under a dollar still. Wow, look at CDNA. Oops, let me get rid of my announcement. Look at CDNA, guys. This is not an earnings play that I can see. No, this is not an earnings play. Wow, it's got room. 1253 or so is the next low. 1253 is the next low on the daily chart. So this is starting to drop. This showed up on the gap down and go, okay, in case you're wondering. Now it might have been earlier even, but no, probably would have been about the same price because it has to take out the low of the day. So this is a gap down and now going down again, okay? After that little pull up. in cDNA and trying to see the after the company announced it responded to Natera's filing of a motion for an injunction. Okay, so there's a patent war, I guess, going on between CareDex and Natera. Let's take a look at Natera. I don't know what the symbol is, so I'll just NTRA. See what's happening with NTRA. Not a low float for the cDNA. 51 million, not high, but not low. All right, guys. Will there be an A win later on today, like we had yesterday at around 2:30? And that showed up. Yeah, I think that showed up at 2:30. Right there at 2:30, the first little pop for it, and I got halted several times. And it didn't trade really at all until that time. I mean, it traded, but not a lot of volume. Certainly not a lot of volume. Just came out of nowhere. So, will there be another one today? Did it really today? But it didn't go positive, did it? Yeah, it didn't go positive. I mean, there's where it closed up at 9. But yeah, pretty choppy. But I'm hoping maybe we get another similar one. Too cryptic for me, Dak. Well, Barry, too cryptic for me. Oh, well, it would help if I could remember the start of the sentence. Oh, I see. Will there be? Okay. I don't know. No, there will not be another one today. Pepe has definitively said there will not be another one today. But Dak, there'd be no fun in that. The fun is in the anticipation and finding that one that just runs for you. Yeah, I do see that BNA is BNAI is starting to move again. Pretty big drop from the highs down to the 222 level. but yeah, trying to come back. Why, oh, why? So YY, guys, is also trying to come back. This is an earnings play. It has had a great run. Actually, it's not as great as I thought. 29 up to 30, 90. I mean, it's still pretty good. $2 run from the lows. I'm still kind of holding out for the SOPH later on. The trend is up still, very choppy, but if it ever get, I mean, there's just, we need a volume, we need about 100,000 in volume. We need some volume bar to really stand out from all of this. Oh, Poe. Oh, Poe. CTNT, okay? I wish you well. All right, guys, I got knocked out of my CDNA short. I had some hopes in that because of all the room it had, all the room underneath. Come on. But it has popped up a little bit here. So I took myself out of that short for a little loss. What I'll do is I will put a price alert down here around 1383 and see if it takes it out again. Problem is, maybe the relative volume was just too low. If Chewy takes out 22 again, I mean, it may have another run, late day run. I mean, Chewy, CHWY, it's been hugging in this area up here. I'm going to stick an alert. Why not? Stick an alert at 2205, see if it takes out that high. Still has room. The next high is 2351 on the weekly chart. So it would still have some room to run. Now, where I would find today's, if it happened, a win would be in here in the momentum scan. That's where I would find it. All right, guys, 122. So one last look at my homepage before, well, I'm not going yet. Another hour or so, a little over an hour, I'll go. All right, so on my homepage, you will find the promo code that is still alive. Now, I'm pretty sure, I know I said yesterday that I thought maybe this promo code would disappear, the annual 28, that'll get you 28% off the yearly subscription. Okay. Thought it was going to disappear last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Still alive today. So my guess is that it'll be tonight then, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want 28% off, you want 28% off an annual subscription, be it standard or premium, or if you have a monthly right now and you want to take out an annual, you can get a 28%, you can get 28% off. If you're looking just for a monthly subscription, you can use this code right here, the 15% off. And as always, use my code. This will really help to keep the room free. When you use my code, the room gets credit and that keeps the room free. Get started. 10 short videos. If you take out a subscription, you must do that. Trading 101. If you are new to trading, free series of videos for you. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are the scans that I am currently sharing. The two that you can see, the relative strength leaders right here, and also the halts the halts resumes. I did a reboot of trade ideas, so I've lost all my initial all the original alerts for the day. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans that you can take a look at. If any questions about them, you can ask me. Yeah, that is something that, again, I missed out on this one too, on that BHVN, on the recovery. Sometimes you just, you don't want to believe that it can happen. And man, but hammer down on news. Well, guys, Chewy just made a high here, but it pulled back immediately. Is that right? No, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's another. Wow, here's the CRDO. Now the next high looking left, 21.95. I mean, it's got room. It's got $1 to the next high. But for me, it's got to take out that whole number and good volume. It is an earnings play. Actually, it is not an earnings play. It has its earnings after hours today, post market. So it's not an earnings play right now. But I guess people are thinking, well, maybe it won't be too bad. Well, this is a pretty strong stock, obviously. Big pop up yesterday for INSM. Must have had some news. I see the analysts today are piling into it. Wow, there's a lot of, there's Barclays, there's Truist, There is Goldman Sachs, there's Wells Fargo, there is UBS. I'm just looking at all these analysts that are piling into this with pretty lofty price targets for the INSM. So obviously, I had some news yesterday. I just can't remember what it was. They raised $500 million through a public offering. Oh, yeah, this is the one. Late stage win for lung disease therapy. Okay, so that caused the big pop yesterday, and it's holding. They did a financing, I think, after around 3 o'clock, a $500 million financing. Kudos to those people who run the company to take advantage of a no, it's a proposed $500 million, but to take advantage of that, that huge pop. I mean, doing the financing, the difference between doing it at 24 and 50, pretty big difference. Wow, I'm not seeing too much right now, guys. Hardly any new alerts. Last one, and this is a very active scanner, okay? Very active scanner. And the last one was at 117 plus 27 seconds. So this is I mean, this is over 12 minutes ago, and this is a very active scanner. So nothing happening in that momentum scanner yet. Yeah, NNE is still I still liking it to a certain extent. I mean, it's still got to get over 7 again. However, it is now really dropping. So that's it. That's it. Probably for the day. Not shortable for me, I do not think. Actually, there are 24,000 shares, but not that I want to short it, but it's been good to me today. Well, you know what? I mean, if this BHVN takes out 3270, you can see a bunch of action right at that level. This could keep moving higher. It's obviously got a gap fill. How to check market trends. I want to learn these trends. Not sure I know exactly what you mean, bubbly butter. I mean, if you're looking at I mean, I'm not a big trend follower on the overall markets, daily, weekly, and all that. I mean, but so I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I mean, look, the SPY. I mean, there's your trend. Because I'm more of an intraday trader. Well, okay. I mean, here's your weekly chart for the SPY. I mean, obviously the trend is still strong. We've got a red bar here, but I mean, this is a couple of days, but I mean, the trend is still strong. That's an all-time high up here. Until anything, if it broke down through here, well, that'd be a pretty devastating break. But I'm not a big market trend follower because I'm an intraday trader. So maybe somebody else wants to chime in but I mean, obviously the trend is market's still strong. And then you look at a monthly. I mean, you don't have to really. I know we're gonna see. I mean, this is just a very strong trend in the overall market. This is the SPY. Let's take a look at the Russell. I don't ever look at this, but let's see what it looks like. It's funny, like the Russell, which is more the smaller cap ones. The trend is not great. I mean, it's just been chopping around for quite a while. On a daily chart, looks like it's going to, but that is the Russell. See, I thought he was looking at market trends as opposed to a specific stock. But yeah, go ahead, Will. Man, am I glad I got out of that 10H. All I was looking at, of course, is that the next high was way up here at $1.60. So I thought, okay, take it over that $1.05, which is right around here. And I thought, okay, maybe there would be enough traders looking left and seeing this big gap. But it doesn't matter. Didn't work. But get out with a manageable loss, and that's really the key to trading: taking manageable losses and trying to let your winners run as best you can. Yeah, Chewy is. You're right. I mean, Chewy definitely has that look. I mean, it's just basing nicely. If it had lessened the float, and it popped through 22, I mean, this could go on another great run. 100, but you're going to need some good volume coming in. All right, this one just showed up, guys. DTST just showed up in the momentum scan. Not, yeah. I mean, I was looking for more like an AWIN. Taking out the weekly highs now. DTST. What's the volume like? See, the volume is. I mean, it's three times normal volume, but it's only 199,000 shares. Really, you shorted that one. Good for you. I don't know if I had shorts available. No. So Jason in our YouTube room shorted TANH. Probably, what do you have, Centerpoint or SMLF? I do not see that it's halted. Abhishek. I don't Cobra, okay. I don't see that this is halted. It's not showing up as a halt, Interactive Brokers anyway. Not trading very much, but it is not halted. Ah, so another one that is under, it's not showing up on this scan because it's under 50 cents, but all right. So it goes from 20 cents to almost 50 cents. The high right there is 46 cents. So it just poked a bit above that high. Pretty low float, 21 million. 50 million have traded. So it's traded the float at 2.5 times approximately right now. So MRO is sinking, penny by penny here, guys. Again, they're being taken over by Conoco, but it is an all stock. So if I look at Conoco, COP, I believe COP, Conoco is probably moving down. Yeah, it's moving down. It's taking MRO with it. Doesn't look like the SOPH is going to do it, guys. It's starting to give it up. I was really hoping it might challenge that 6 level later on, but doesn't look like it will. Really? There was a US really? Marathon Oil was a X spinoff? When was that? But they're being bought anyway by Conoco, but oh, in the 1990s. Okay. We're going to the Wayback Machine on that one. Really? You were the market maker for US Steel and Marathon. Well, that's pretty cool, way back then. Were you one of those evil market makers, or were you one of the good ones? Oh, okay. No bias there at all, right, Larry? Talking to Larry in our main room. Okay, guys. Well, listen, I'm nothing to do. Wow, all-time high for Abercrombie and Fitch, ANF, all-time high earnings play. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is the retail ETF. Okay, now it's been moving down from the 14th. So it's been moving down for a week. It's kind of settling in here, but boy, oh boy, talk about a counter to the sector. ANF earnings play rallies on record Q1 results. Upbeat outlook. Hmm. How did DKS end up doing? That was a big one earlier. Not bad. I mean, it's pulled back a little bit, but still not bad at all. Another earnings play. Almost basically a lifetime high. I mean, it's a lifetime high, guys. I mean, that is obviously today, that would be the lifetime high, but what it's doing, it's looking left, 2225.79. So it's looking left and it's seeing that was the lifetime high before today. Rich people's store. We don't have them in Canada because I don't think so. All right, guys, I am going to load the Ripster. I want to see if there's anything interesting. In 1991. What the heck was I doing in 1991? Oh, Poe. Are you still in this? I can't remember if you would have got stopped out. There's the CTNT. I mean, I love to take this one, but I'm holding out. When was that day? So this is what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah. So not long ago. I mean, we're only talking about May the 20th. What are we now? The 29th. So May the 20th. That's when it started the big run, and it actually got up to $45 post market. Couldn't remember if it was post market or pre market the next day. Completely and utterly collapsed. But I think that is why this, there's kind of an attraction to see, not to see. I mean, I doubt very much it's going to listen. If it got to $2, I'd be happy. But it looks like you're doing okay. Why holding out? What do you mean, Peter? In our YouTube room? Yeah. So CTNT. Well, what is the next high looking left? The next high is 108, and then the next high after that is 130. Good volume, 10 million shares, 16 times normal. Well, I'm wondering if the wow means it's a huge move down. No, it had a big spike for some reason. I wonder if that's real. I wonder if that is really happened. It seems, well, 50 million in the float. I guess it's possible. It's real. It really happened. Okay, you know what I mean. Sometimes there are these wild prints that, but yeah, volume coming in. Definitely some volume coming in also. All right, Peter Smith in our YouTube room. That's too cryptic for me. Why holding out? I don't understand the question, so you might have to explain a little bit more. Man, look at Kava. I said it wouldn't surprise me. It went positive. Look at it now, up 3.5% after being trounced earlier on. Okay, guys, IKNA is on the move here. IKNA is on the move. Now, I wish it looked a little bit different because I just look left and I think there could be too much resistance. I was hoping that we'd see like a big, gap to $3 or something, but nope. And again, it's just all it's just coming from the momentum scan. Okay, that's all it is. The momentum scan. Oh, tell me you're still in CTNT, even if you lie to me. Just tell me you're in it. Yeah, something's put a charge into the market. Real saying the NQ popped. Look at this. Yeah, something's put a charge into the. Well, for the CTNT, I mean, the volume is great right now. Volume is good. It's still hanging in there. All right, guys. I'll be back in about 4 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if you're kidding, Smooth, about the Lucy. You obviously got in after the big run, so I mean, it's still up 100. It's still up 103%. So a lot of profit taking. I mean, there would have been a lot of profit taking here, here, and here, but especially up here. Tried one a second time to get over a dollar. Did for a while, but eventually, people are just going to say, okay, I guess it's over. And a lot of profit taking. I mean, it's still up 99%. Hmm. So, well, I mean, when you say too late, obviously you were, but it all depends on where. Like, when did you get in? Like right here, like on the way down or on the way up? What's the next high for ASTS after? Well, got to go to a monthly chart now. Next high in a monthly chart is $10.16. So I don't know where on a daily is. I'd have to scroll back. Let's see if I can find it on a weekly by scrolling back. Yeah. So this week here, so this is back in November of 2022. That is the next high on the weekly chart, the monthly chart, same thing. Yeah. So looks like. So you took it on this little spike up, I guess. So I would have waited probably at least to about 120 anyway. Okay, to see if it could clear all this stuff looking left. But it was already in a bit of a downturn. But understand, I mean, eventually people are just going to start taking profit. I mean, it's still up 103%. All these people that down here that were hanging on for a while, people who like yourself who got in late, now they're getting out. You were just late really getting into this. I wouldn't have taken it where you did. I would have personally, if I said, okay, if I'm going to take this one, it would have had to get up to about 120. I always look at it like this too. I mean, for the number of times I tried to get over a dollar, it kept getting knocked down. Eventually, people are just not going to believe it. Well, and again, as somebody said, hopefully you had a stop. Muted. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So what I said was the CDNA is now starting to move down like I hoped it would the first time I got into this. Took a loss on it. And it's got all this room looking left. Okay, guys. Well, we have 14 minutes until 2:30. That's when the A win happened yesterday. Let's see if we get some late bloomer today. Though I've been told that it won't happen. Yep, you're right, HL Trader. Kava is pretty unbelievable. I mean, what it's done today, coming off the lows of 74, 86 now, earnings play, got hammered down in the pre-market and just recovered all day. Man. And again, I know I've said this before, considering I thought that this was going to turn into be a nice short. Boy, this MRO just continues to, inch its way down. Now, that's the problem, of course, when you are being bought out and it's an all stock transaction. If the company buying you, if their stock is moving down like it is, well, so is the MRO, I guess. You know what? You are right. I did not realize that Kava was an all-time high now. I mean, it really got hammered down. And I looked at this and I thought, man, look at this, wiping all this out on the daily. Has room to get down here. Takes that out, maybe down here. There's the Chewy, guys. Chewy on the move, on the way down. CHWY. Yeah, I mean Chipotle. I mean that's almost an all-time high too. I mean it's in the upper area of its all-time high. 3,000. What's the float? 27 million in the float for a $3,000 stock. Boy, I bet you it has some wild. What's the average true range? Yeah, $42. That makes sense. These guys should be doing a forward split. I do not think we have a Cava. Well, isn't this California? No, maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was California based. Texas, okay. I thought it was, for some reason, I thought it was out of California, but I may be wrong. At any rate, I don't think we have them in Canada, so I don't even know what they do. What do they sell? Zoe's Kitchens, okay, and other, okay. I don't know what. Jealous. I don't think so. Perfect. But I know tongue in cheek, Mediterranean type food, okay. Ooh, good, Barbara. Okay, well, you see, what if I told you? Remember what I was saying? Well, maybe you should sell now at 707. I said, don't do it because it might tack on $1. So, and the spread is not, the spread is decent now, 54.74 or 54.64. It's reasonable for a stock that moves this quickly. Oh, really? Okay. Because when I looked at, it was 707, 724. I think that was the bid ask. But if you're in at 685, I mean, that's a nice move for you. Now, will ASTS hold its gains tomorrow? This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway. How many shares for GME still? So there have been some snapped up. A couple 100,000 have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers now, shorting GME. Really, nothing happening though. Pretty boring. 2136, 2160. So just kind of stuck in this range here. All right, guys, I've got another about 15 minutes and I'm taking off. So have any questions, ask now. Again, William will keep the room open until 4. But wiggle, what if it's the big salad? A la Seinfeld. All right, that's it. I'm chasing it. I don't care what anybody says. I gotta have me some cava. And of course, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, this is still strong. I mean, ANF is still strong. Maybe that wasn't a fake. 196.90. I guess I shouldn't have been kidding. I could have taken this right here at 86. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow because I mean, an all-time high for Cava, complete mixed reaction. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm not getting in. I'm not taking Cava. I said I was kidding. Well, if you didn't hear me and you took it, you'd be making money. Lucy volume. All right. Yeah. Lucy volume maybe takes out $1 again. Barbara, I hope you're out of it. I hope you are out of AWIN. I hope you are out of AWIN. I'm not on mute. I hope you're out of AWIN. This just got halted on the way down. I hope you took, you would have had some pretty nice profit on it. It just got halted on the way down. Oh, no, Barbara. What do we talk about? You know, a low floater like this, you cannot, even for a second, not trying to dump on you, but 750,000 in the float, anything can happen. And unfortunately, this has happened. Now, you were in at 685, right? So, maybe you'll get lucky. 690 is the projected open, but I'll be right back. All right. Well, I'm glad. Okay. Well, if you took half your position off, you should be okay then. You would break even at 615, I guess. So I don't think you can really lose. I mean, 670. We'll see though. Time is it right now? 2:29 plus 28 seconds. So another minute or so before this opens, if it's a 5-minute halt. All right. Well, CDNA is still working, penny by penny for me on the short. What we'd love to see in this momentum scan is some stock that we really haven't seen all day, putting in a huge green candle, kind of like the AWIN yesterday. But it may not happen. Okay, resumed, and but she got out. This looks like it's going to get halted again. I don't know. Where did it open? Yeah, but how long was it at 675? I hope you had your finger on the submit button, Barbara. 'Cause- 12 seconds. Well, that was, you had time. Oh, great. Okay, well, you didn't do too badly then. Took a small loss in the second half. Okay, guys, another 5 minutes or so for me. What I'm going to do now is put the main trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you do want to head over and still talk about trading, you can do so in our main room. It will be open till 4. And BHVN just continues to inch by inch, penny by penny, come back. It's a little bit like the Kava, except the Kava went positive. This is still down 13%. All right, guys. So again, before I do go, I'm just going to put the Memorial Day code in to get 28% off the entire year. Okay. And this is more than likely, that'll be it tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. So trade 25, when you say you're going short, are you taking a short before the release of earnings, going into it? Or are you waiting for the earnings to come out and then you'll go, well, really? Okay. Well, good luck. I mean, there's no question it's been, I don't know what happened here on this day, but well, again, good luck. Okay, I'm out of the CDNA, guys. So I've got nothing now, nothing going on. I think that's time for me to leave. Okay, it's basically 2:40 right now, so I'm going to take off. So the trading room link is in YouTube. Thanks again for all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'm stopping the screen sharing and muting myself in the main room. And now for YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down completely.